Hello there. Boris. Sleepy history here. There's a quiet moment in history, a space between empires where the old world was crumbling and something entirely new was being built. And right at the center of that moment stands a young man who would reshape the entire European continent. His name was Napoleon Bonaparte, and his rise from a relatively unknown artillery officer to the master of much of Europe happened not through luck or circumstance alone, but through a combination of military genius, relentless ambition, perfect timing, and an ability to seize opportunities that others could barely perceive. The world he was born into was already changing, already straining under the weight of old systems that no longer worked. The rigid hierarchies that had held Europe in place for centuries were beginning to crack under pressure from Enlightenment ideals, from economic change, from ideas about equality and reason that were spreading through educated circles. And when revolution came to France, it opened doors that had been locked for centuries. It tore down barriers that had seemed permanent. It created a world where a man could rise based not on who his parents were, but on what he could actually do. Today, we're going to follow that extraordinary rise from the very beginning, from his earliest days on a small island in the Mediterranean to the moment when he became not just a general, but the master of nations, the reshaper of Europe itself. We're going to see how a combination of genius and circumstance and relentless determination created something that had never existed before and something that would not exist again. On August 15th, 1769, on the island of Corsica, a boy was born to a family called the Bonaparte family. The name itself reveals their origins. They were of Italian descent, their roots going back to the Italian peninsula, not French, not truly Corsican, but something in between. When Corsica had been transferred to French control just weeks before Napoleon's birth, the Bonaparte family made a calculated decision. Rather than resisting this new arrangement, Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, made the pragmatic choice to align himself with French power. He was a lawyer and politician, a man who understood how power worked and how to position himself within it. His mother, Letizia Ramolino, was a woman of formidable character. She was known for her fierce will, her unflinching discipline, and her absolute devotion to her children's advancement. She would live to be a great age, and she would watch her son reshape Europe, and she would always hold power over him in a way that no other person could. The Bonapartes were not wealthy by the standards of European nobility. They were respectable, they had some standing, they had connections, but they were not rich. They were not part of the hereditary aristocracy that had ruled France and Europe for centuries. This placed them in an interesting position. They had enough status to aspire to higher things, but not enough wealth or connections to guarantee those things through simple inheritance. Young Napoleon had several siblings. There was Joseph, his older brother, who would eventually become a king. There was Sister Caroline, who would also occupy thrones and positions of power. There were others who would play various roles in the drama that was to come. But it was Napoleon, the second son, who would eventually surpass them all. As a young Corsican boy sent to a French military academy, he was something of an outsider. France had only just acquired Corsica. It was a relatively recent conquest. And Corsican society was different from French society. It had its own traditions, its own ways of doing things. Young Napoleon spoke with an accent that marked him as not quite French. His name, still spelled in the Italian fashion, marked him as different. He didn't quite fit in with the other students at the academy. Not French enough for those from the heartland of France, yet separated from his homeland, no longer quite Corsican either. That sense of being between worlds, of being somewhat separate and apart, of needing to prove himself in an environment that was not naturally his own, may have driven much of his ambition. It may have been one of the sources of his drive to excel, to be better than others, to distinguish himself. He excelled at mathematics. He excelled at military studies. By the time he entered the École Militaire in Paris, the most prestigious military academy in France, he had already established himself as an intelligent, dedicated student with an extraordinary grasp of the technical subjects that underlay military studies. His instructors recognized his talent, his mental sharpness, his ability to understand complex concepts and to apply them to practical problems. He graduated and received a commission as an officer in the French artillery. The artillery was a technical arm of the service, requiring mathematical knowledge and scientific understanding, and it suited his abilities perfectly. By his early 20s, he had established himself as a competent officer with a keen understanding of artillery and the tactics that could win battles. He published papers on military science. He studied the campaigns of the great commanders of the past. He tried to understand the principles that lay behind military success, but his early career was unremarkable. He was just another officer, competent certainly, but not yet distinguished, not yet known. He was in the French military at a time when that military was itself in transition, when the old ways of doing things were starting to crumble. He waited, perhaps without knowing it, for some opportunity to arise, for circumstances to shift in such a way that talent and ability would matter more than birth and connections, more than aristocratic privilege and family connections. He did not know it yet, but that opportunity was already approaching. The drums of revolution were beating in the distance, and then in 1789 came the French Revolution. It was a cataclysm that destroyed the old order almost entirely. The feudal system that had held Europe in place for centuries simply dissolved. The hereditary privileges of the nobility were stripped away overnight, not gradually through reform, but violently and dramatically through revolution. The Church's political power crumbled. The divine right of kings, that ancient principle that had justified monarchy for so long, was challenged and rejected, and the military, this rigid hierarchy based on birth and aristocratic connections, and the assumption that noble blood made someone a good commander, was forced to reorganize itself on entirely new principles. The revolution needed officers who could fight, who could win battles, who could defend France against the foreign powers that were arrayed against it. It did not care where those officers came from. It did not care if they were noble or common. All of a sudden, a man could rise based on merit, on what he could actually do, rather than who his family was or how much money they had. This was revolutionary in the truest sense. Napoleon understood this immediately, while many other officers, particularly those of noble birth, were fleeing France or actively fighting against the revolution, trying to preserve the old order. Napoleon saw something different. He saw opportunity. He saw a world that was being remade, a military that was being reformed on new principles, and he understood that in such a world, a talented officer could rise very far, very quickly. He remained in the French military, served in various positions as the revolutionary government struggled desperately to maintain control over its borders and territories. Foreign armies pressed in from all sides. Austria and Prussia and Spain and Britain were all trying to crush the French Revolution, to restore the old monarchy, to bring back the world of hereditary privilege and feudal rights. The revolutionary government was under constant pressure, constantly improvising, constantly trying new things, constantly looking for commanders who could achieve results. And Napoleon watched and waited for his moment. He did not push himself forward, but he positioned himself to be noticed. He published papers on military science. He made friends with people who had influence. He waited for circumstances to place him in a position where he could demonstrate his abilities. That moment came in 1793 at the siege of Toulon, a crucial Mediterranean port city that had fallen to royalist forces allied with the British. Control of Toulon meant control of a major naval base, meant access to the Mediterranean, meant strategic dominance of the southern coast of France. The revolutionary government desperately, urgently needed to recapture this city, and they were willing to try anything, to employ anyone who might achieve the result they needed. The previous commanders had failed. The siege had dragged on. Progress was slow. Morale was low. And then the government called upon a young officer named Bonaparte, who had some reputation as someone who understood artillery and who had published interesting ideas about how artillery should be used in warfare. Napoleon was placed in command of the artillery at the siege, and he immediately applied innovative tactics that had been little used before. He understood artillery not as a static weapon, not as something that simply blasted away at enemy positions from a distance, but as a tool for breaking defenses, for creating gaps through which infantry and cavalry could pour. He positioned his guns with precision. He coordinated their fire with infantry assaults. He calculated angles and distances and trajectories. He broke through the defenses in ways that surprised the more traditional commanders, the older officers who had come up through the old system where officers were supposed to learn by tradition and example, rather than by studying science and mathematics. When Toulon fell back into French hands, the revolutionary government took notice. A young officer named Bonaparte had done what others could not. He had achieved the impossible. He had seized what seemed like an impregnable position through skill, through understanding, through innovation. He was immediately promoted to general at the remarkably young age of 24. Suddenly, he was no longer an obscure artillery officer, someone whose name meant nothing, someone who was passed over for better assignments. He was someone important, someone with visibility and authority, someone whose opinions mattered. The military now had to treat him with respect because he had proven he could deliver results that mattered. But promotion in the military during the revolution was dangerous in ways that would be hard to imagine to modern ears. The revolution was consuming itself. The reign of terror was beginning. Thousands of people were being executed, not just nobles and clergy, but also members of the government, military officers, anyone who was suspected of being insufficiently revolutionary or too ambitious. In 1793 and 1794, the French Revolution was consuming itself in something called the Reign of Terror. It was a period of such violence and chaos that it remains one of the most haunting episodes in French history. Thousands of people were executed. The guillotine, that device of democratic execution that had been meant to be swift and equal, became a killing machine. Enemies of the revolution were executed. Then suspected enemies were executed. Then people who had been potentially disloyal were executed. Then people who had said the wrong thing at the wrong time were executed. The king was executed. The queen was executed. Thousands of nobles were executed. Thousands of clergy were executed. And the government itself was chaotic, fractious, filled with rival factions, all competing for power and influence, all accusing each other of disloyalty, all watching each other carefully for signs of treason. Members of the Committee of Public Safety, the men who ran the terror, were eventually executed themselves. It was a government consuming its own, a revolution turning on itself. It was terrifying. It was uncertain. No one knew from day to day who would be executed next, who would be arrested, who would be denounced. For an officer in the military who had risen during this chaos, who had made friends and enemies, who had supported this faction or that, it was an extremely dangerous situation. Napoleon navigated this carefully. He moved cautiously, made few enemies, did not push himself forward too prominently, maintained connections with various factions without committing himself entirely to any one of them. He had made powerful enemies at various points. That was unavoidable, and he was briefly imprisoned, suspected of royalist sympathies because of his connections to the old aristocracy. But he managed to survive the terror when so many others did not. He was fortunate. He was careful. He was intelligent about how he positioned himself. By 1795, the worst of the terror had passed. The revolution, or at least the violent phase of it, was exhausting itself. A new government was established called the Directory. This Directory was meant to be a more stable form of government than what had come before, but it was unstable, inefficient, and deeply unpopular. It was dominated by corrupt politicians who were more interested in personal profit than in governing effectively. It faced constant threats from royalists who wanted to restore the monarchy and from radicals who wanted to push the revolution further. The military situation on France's borders remained precarious and dangerous. War continued with Austria and other European powers. Britain was determined to destroy the French Republic. Spain was fighting. The Austrians were organizing coalitions. The Directory needed successful generals to win these wars, to restore the prestige of France, to prove that the Republic could defend itself. Napoleon was emerging as their most capable commander, the general whose name was increasingly associated with victory and success. In 1796, at the age of 26, Napoleon was given command of the Army of Italy. It was a ragged, poorly supplied force that no one else particularly wanted to command. The soldiers were hungry, their equipment was worn, their morale was low. Previous commanders had achieved little success. It seemed like a thankless assignment, perhaps even a way of disposing of an ambitious officer by giving him an impossible task with inadequate resources. But Napoleon saw it differently. He did not see it as a burden, but as the stage on which he could perform his greatest work, the canvas on which he could create a masterpiece of military achievement. He took this army, this ragged, hungry, demoralized force, and transformed it. Through rigorous discipline, through innovative tactics, through sheer Dewey, force of personality, and genius, through his ability to inspire men to do extraordinary things, he turned it from a demoralized, hungry force into one of the most formidable military machines in Europe. His soldiers would follow him anywhere. They believed in him. They were convinced that under his command they were invincible, and he would prove them right again and again in battle after battle. The Italian campaign itself began in April of 1796, when Napoleon marched his army northward from southern France toward the territories held by Austria and its ally, the Kingdom of Piedmont. The strategic situation was complicated. The Austrians and the Piedmontese were technically allied against France, but they were also separated geographically, their armies stationed at different points, not in direct contact with one another. Napoleon's brilliant strategic insight was this: if he could move rapidly enough, if he could concentrate his forces at exactly the right moment and the right place, he could place himself between the separated armies of Austria and Piedmont, and then he could defeat them one at a time before they could unite against him. It was a daring strategy, one that required perfect timing, perfect coordination, and absolute commitment. But it was also the strategy that offered the best chance for victory. The Battle of Montenotte in April showed this strategy in perfect execution. Napoleon had identified a point where the Austro-Piedmontese armies were separated, a gap in their defences, a place where a concentrated attack could break their coordination. His forces attacked early in the morning, when dawn was just breaking, when the defenders might still be drowsy, when the light was uncertain. He caught the Austro-Piedmontese forces unprepared. He had concentrated his artillery to support the infantry assault. He had positioned his forces to take maximum advantage of the terrain. The defenders were driven back, their positions were breached, and a gap opened in their lines. Once that gap was opened, the Piedmontese army, faced with the prospect of fighting alone against Napoleon's concentrated force, recognized the hopelessness of their situation. They sued for peace. They withdrew from the coalition. They made a separate agreement with France, abandoning their Austrian allies. This was exactly what Napoleon had hoped for. With Piedmont out of the war, he could turn his full force against the Austrians, driving them back through Italy in a series of rapid victories. The campaigns were characterized by rapid movement, by armies marching dozens of miles per day, by aggressive tactics that gave the enemy no rest, no time to reorganize, no chance to recover from defeats, and by the concentration of force at decisive points, where Napoleon would gather superior embers against a carefully selected part of the enemy line, break through, and then exploit the breakthrough ruthlessly. And with each victory, with each town captured, with each enemy army routed, Napoleon's reputation grew among his troops and back home in France. Victories created confidence. Confidence created more victories. The army became not just a military force, but something almost like a religious movement, united in devotion to their commander, convinced of his invincibility, willing to do anything he asked. By May of 1796, the campaign reached its climax at the Battle of Lodi, where French forces had to cross the Adda River in the face of determined Austrian resistance. The river was a significant obstacle. The Austrians had destroyed or occupied all the bridges that had crossed it. They had positioned artillery on the far bank, overlooking the single remaining bridge that the French might use. A direct assault across that bridge seemed certain to be costly and potentially disastrous. The defenders were entrenched. They had prepared their positions carefully. They had artillery support, and the narrow bridge would funnel the attacking forces into a deadly concentrated area. But Napoleon did not simply throw his forces across the bridge in a mindless frontal assault. Instead, he found a ford downstream, a place where the river was shallow enough to cross on foot. He maneuvered some of his forces to use this ford, to cross the river at an unexpected place. to threaten the Austrian flank and force them to divide their already limited forces. And then, with the Austrians distracted by the threat to their flank, he led a frontal assault across the bridge itself. The courage displayed by the French troops was extraordinary. Cavalry and infantry charged directly at the Austrian defensive positions, while maintaining their formation despite heavy artillery fire from the defenders. The Austrians fired their guns, the smoke hung over the bridge, French soldiers fell, but more kept coming, wave after wave. But it was the tactical brilliance that made the difference. The Austrians, faced with the threat of being outflanked and completely encircled, recognized that their position had become untenable. Their army would be surrounded, cut off, destroyed if they remained in place. They broke and retreated, abandoning their positions, leaving behind their artillery. The bridge was taken, the Austrian army fell back in disorder, and the way into Austria itself lay open before Napoleon's victorious troops. The significance of the Italian campaign cannot be overstated. It was not just a series of military victories, though it certainly was that. It fundamentally and completely transformed Napoleon's reputation. He went from being an obscure officer, someone whose name meant nothing to most people, to being celebrated throughout France as a military genius of the highest order. Newspapers wrote about his victories. Artists and painters were commissioned to create paintings showing him in heroic poses, images that were distributed throughout the country. The troops under his command loved him with an intensity that was almost religious in its fervor. They believed in him absolutely. They would follow him anywhere. They were convinced that under his command they could not be defeated. This kind of loyalty and devotion to a military commander is rare in military history, and Napoleon had cultivated it through his victories and through his direct presence with his troops. He was not distant from them, not aloof, not some general who remained in a comfortable headquarters while his soldiers did the fighting. He moved among his troops, he knew them, he shared their hardships, he visited the camps, he spoke to them, and they repaid that personal connection with an almost supernatural confidence in his leadership. They would do things for him that they would not do for other commanders. The Italian campaign also established patterns and principles that would define Napoleon's entire military career. Rapid movement of armies, covering 30 or 40 miles per day when necessary. Aggressive tactics that did not allow the enemy time to recover or reorganize. The concentration of force at decisive points, gathering superior numbers where it mattered most. The disruption of enemy plans through unexpected maneuvers, forcing enemies to react to his actions rather than following their own plans. The relentless pursuit of defeated enemies, not allowing them time to create new defensive lines or reorganize. The use of artillery in innovative ways, massing guns to create devastating concentrations of fire. The coordination of multiple corps, operating semi-independently, but all work, toward a unified goal determined by the commander. These tactics were revolutionary in the context of late 18th century warfare. They represented a dramatic break from the formal, linear tactics of the old style of warfare, where armies marched in rigid formations and engaged each other in set-piece battles with predetermined positions. But before the Italian campaign, before the heights of his glory, there had been a crucial moment that tested Napoleon's loyalties and established him as a man willing to use military force for political purposes. In October of 1795, Paris itself had been threatened. The Directory government, though officially in control, faced a serious challenge from royalists, who wanted to overthrow it and restore the monarchy. There were riots in the streets. There were armed mobs. The government was on the verge of being overthrown by force. The moment was called 13 Vendéer, using the revolutionary calendar. The government needed a general who could be trusted, who had loyal troops, who would defend the government against these threats. They called upon General Bonaparte, who had some troops and some influence in Paris at that time. Without hesitation, without apparent doubt, Napoleon placed his cannon in the streets of Paris and turned them on the royalist mobs. Grape shot tore through the crowds. Bodies fell. The riots were suppressed. The government was defended. The royalists were defeated, at least for the moment. This was a crucial event in Napoleon's career, though it is often overlooked. It demonstrated that he was willing to use military force to preserve the government. It demonstrated that he had reliable troops who would follow his orders. It demonstrated that he had allies in the government who would turn to him in moments of crisis. And it gave him a deeper claim on the gratitude and loyalty of the politicians who ran France. It was also around this time that Napoleon married. In 1796, he married Josephine de Beauharnais, a widow 6 years his senior, who had connections to the government and to revolutionary circles. The marriage was somewhat controversial. He was a young general on the rise. She was older. She was a widow with children from a previous marriage. But Napoleon was devoted to her. He married for love, which was not the typical pattern for officers seeking to advance themselves through advantageous marriages. She came from a good family. She had connections, she had intelligence and charm, but more importantly to Napoleon, he loved her. The marriage gave him additional social standing, additional connections, additional reasons to be integrated into the highest circles of French society and politics. It was also during this period, following the success at Toulon and before the Italian campaign, that Napoleon's reputation and his ambition became increasingly intertwined with images of greatness. He saw himself not as just another general, but as a figure of destiny, someone meant for greater things. He began to think of himself not merely as an officer serving the government, but as a potential leader of France itself, though these thoughts remained largely unspoken. After the Italian campaign concluded in 1797, Napoleon was at the height of his fame and popularity. The French public adored him, the military revered him. The government, now clearly dependent on military success to maintain its own legitimacy, had to acknowledge his importance. The successful campaigns in Italy had enhanced French prestige abroad, and had brought the Directory government victories to point to. When critics attacked their competence, they offered him command of a new, ambitious campaign. This was the Egyptian expedition, launched in 1798. Napoleon believed that by striking at Egypt, by establishing French dominance in the Eastern Mediterranean, he could strike at British interests in India and expand French power in the Eastern world. He believed he was destined for even greater things than commanding armies in Europe. He saw himself as a figure in history, and he wanted to create historical deeds that would match his ambition. The campaign began with the capture of Malta, then the landing in Egypt, then the rapid conquest of the Nile Delta region. For a brief moment, it seemed as though Napoleon's audacious plan might succeed. But then came the Battle of the Nile in August of 1798. A British naval squadron under Admiral Nelson attacked the French fleet anchored in the harbour at Aboukir, and in a brief but devastating engagement, the French fleet was destroyed. This single naval battle changed everything. With no naval support, with no supply lines back to France, with no way to bring reinforcements, Napoleon's grand strategy for Egypt collapsed. The army was stranded, isolated, cut off. Disease, particularly plague and dysentery, devastated the troops. The campaign that had seemed so promising became a desperate holding action. For nearly 3 years, Napoleon's forces clung to Egypt, achieving tactical victories against Ottoman and British forces. But these victories could not overcome the fundamental strategic disadvantage. The campaign became increasingly unpopular back home in France. It seemed like Napoleon, the golden general who had never lost a battle, had finally met his match. But Napoleon crucially understood something about controlling narratives and managing public perception. When he finally abandoned Egypt in 1799, leaving behind most of his army, he framed the entire expedition as a successful scientific and cultural expedition, rather than a military failure. He brought back artifacts and scientific specimens. He brought back stories of discoveries and learning and archaeological wonder. And he managed to preserve his reputation even in the face of what was, objectively, a failed campaign that had cost thousands of lives. But Egypt was not where Napoleon's destiny lay. While he was away, back in France, the political situation had continued to deteriorate further. The Directory government, which had been unstable from the beginning, was now in complete chaos and collapse. The government was corrupt, inefficient, deeply unpopular. Military setbacks and failures had damaged its credibility severely. Economic hardship was widespread. There were whispers that something needed to change fundamentally, that someone needed to take control and restore order, that the old ways of governing were exhausted. When Napoleon returned to France in October of 1799, he found a nation that desperately wanted someone to save it. Various political figures, including a clever politician named Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès, and others in the government, believed that Napoleon could be that savior. They thought they could use him as a tool to reform the government and establish stability. They did not fully understand what they were inviting into their government. On November 9, 1799, in an event known as the Coup of 18 Brumaire, Napoleon entered the legislature with military backing. The speech he gave was poorly received at first. The deputies were suspicious. There was murmuring and opposition. But his brother Lucien, who controlled the session as presiding officer, made a dramatic intervention. He announced that the deputies would be protected by the military, that the government needed to be reformed. Within hours, the Directory government was dissolved. A new government was established with Napoleon as first consul, which gave him the dominant position in French politics and in the nation. The coup was technically a seizure of power, but the French people largely welcomed it with relief. They were tired of chaos, tired of instability, tired of a government that didn't seem to work. Napoleon promised order. Napoleon promised efficiency. Napoleon promised to bring France back from the brink of collapse. And the people wanted to believe in him. Once in power as first consul, Napoleon pursued an ambitious agenda of internal reform. He understood that military victories alone could not sustain his power. He needed to prove that he could govern effectively, that he could transform France from a chaotic, failing state into an ordered, efficient, prosperous nation. One of his most important achievements was the creation of the Napoleonic Code, a comprehensive system of laws that standardized legal procedures across France and established principles of equality before the law, religious tolerance, and the protection of property rights. Before the code, France had been a bewildering patchwork of different legal systems, different rules for different regions, different rights for different classes. This confusion and lack of iron made it difficult for commerce to flow, for justice to be administered fairly, for the nation to function as a unified whole. The code changed all of this. It made the law rational, systematic, and accessible to ordinary people. It abolished feudalism entirely. It guaranteed certain fundamental rights. It created a framework for property ownership, for contracts, for inheritance, for commercial transactions. And crucially, it did all of this in clear language that people could understand without needing to hire an army of lawyers and priests to interpret it for them. Beyond legal reform, Napoleon reorganized the military itself, creating a more professional and efficient force based on meritocracy rather than birth. He established a national education system to train skilled administrators and officers. He made peace with the Catholic Church through the Concordat of 1801, ending years of religious conflict and allowing the Church to resume operations while the state maintained control over crucial decisions. He reformed the financial system, stabilized the currency that had been devastated by inflation, and created reliable systems for collecting taxes. He undertook massive public works projects, building roads and canals and bridges that improved infrastructure throughout the nation. He created the Legion of Honor to reward military and civil service. Through all of these reforms, Napoleon demonstrated that he could do more than win battles. He could actually govern. He could create institutions that would last. He could transform a nation from chaos into order. And the French people, who had lived through years of revolutionary turmoil, appreciated this more than anything else. His popularity at home was immense, perhaps even greater than it had been after his military victories. When Napoleon took command of the army of Italy in 1796, he was looking at a force that was barely holding together. The soldiers were hungry, they were ragged, their uniforms were worn through from constant marching and fighting in a war that had gone on for years without any sense of progress or purpose. The morale was low because they'd been fighting this endless conflict against Austria without any real sense that they were winning, without any sense that there was an end to it in sight. Officers had come and gone. Commanders had tried and failed. The Directory government in Paris had basically given him this command, almost as a kind of dismissal, almost like they were thinking, here, you try, you take this impossible situation and see what you can do with it. If you fail, well, you'll have failed in a distant theatre, and at least we won't have to hear too much about it. But Napoleon saw something entirely different when he looked at this army. He saw an army that had grit underneath all the desperation and hunger. He saw troops that had fighting experience, that had learned lessons from years of combat. He saw men that responded to leadership, that would follow a commander they believed in. Most importantly, he saw an opportunity to do something that had never been done before in warfare, something that would change the nature of military conflict forever. The Austrian and Piedmontese forces that were opposing him were separated geographically, not by choice but by circumstance, and that separation was the crucial weakness that he would exploit ruthlessly. The Austrians were positioned in one area, the Piedmontese in another, and between them was a gap, a space, a vulnerability. Most commanders operating under the old rules of 18th century warfare would have maneuvered very carefully, would have tried to match the enemy army in a formal open battle on ground of their choosing, would have followed conventional strategic principles that had been taught in military academies for generations. But Napoleon understood something fundamentally different about how warfare should be conducted. He understood that if you could move faster than your enemy, if you could concentrate your forces at exactly the right moment and the right place, you could defeat a much larger force by defeating it in pieces, by destroying it piecemeal. You could interpose yourself between separated enemy forces and destroy them one at a time, before they could unite and face you as a single coordinated power. This is exactly what he did in the spring of 1796, and it was a demonstration of military brilliance that would echo through the history of warfare. He marched his army northward toward the gap between the Austrian and Piedmontese armies with a speed that was absolutely extraordinary for the time. He moved faster than anyone thought possible, faster than military theory said an army could move, while maintaining cohesion and fighting capability. His troops marched 30, sometimes 40 miles per day through unfamiliar territory, living off the land, eating what they could find, pushing themselves to the very edge of their endurance, because they believed in their commander with a faith that was almost religious. They understood that he had a plan, that there was a larger purpose to this grinding march that consumed their strength and tested their limits, and they would follow him anywhere, into any situation, against any odds. The morale was transformed by movement and success. The hunger that had plagued them was forgotten when they understood they were part of something extraordinary. At Montenotte in April of 1796, the French forces attacked the Austro-Piedmontese position at dawn, when the light was just beginning to break through the darkness, and the defenders might not be fully alert. Napoleon had positioned his artillery in places where it could rake the enemy lines with devastating effect. He had positioned his infantry to attack at the moment of maximum confusion, when the defenders were still trying to understand what was happening, still trying to organize a response. The assault was overwhelming in its force and coordination. The defenders were overwhelmed. They were broken through. They were driven back. And once that first line collapsed, once the defensive position was breached, the entire coordinated defense of the Austro-Piedmontese alliance began to fall apart in cascading disorder. The Piedmontese, recognizing that they were about to be surrounded and destroyed, recognizing that without Austrian support they faced annihilation, sued for peace almost immediately. They abandoned their Austrian allies and made a separate agreement with France, withdrawing from the coalition. This was exactly what Napoleon had hoped for, exactly what he had planned. With Piedmont out of the war, with one enemy eliminated from the field, he could focus his entire force against the Austrians alone. He drove them back through Italy in a series of rapid victories that demonstrated military mastery at the operational level that was almost without parallel in the warfare of that era. At every point, at every town, at every river crossing, at every fortified position, he was coordinating multiple corps, operating semi-independently, but all working toward his larger overall plan. His generals had learned to understand his intentions almost intuitively, without needing detailed written orders from headquarters. They understood that they should move rapidly, that they should exploit any weaknesses they found in the enemy position, that they should press the advantage relentlessly whenever they achieved a breakthrough. The Austrians fell back. They were constantly trying to establish new defensive lines, constantly trying to rally their forces for a counterattack, but they never had enough time. They were always reacting to Napoleon's actions, rather than following their own strategic plan. They were being pushed backward, always backward, with no chance to pause and reorganize. By May of 1796, the campaign had reached the Adda River, and this was the moment that would become absolutely legendary, that would be studied in military academies for generations to come. The Austrians had destroyed the bridges that crossed the river and positioned their artillery and infantry on the far bank in defensive positions that appeared to be very strong. A direct assault across the remaining bridge seemed impossible, like it would be suicide for anyone who tried it. The defenders had prepared their positions with care and military expertise. The narrow bridge would funnel the French into a killing zone, where they would be packed together and vulnerable. The artillery positioned on the far bank would rain down destruction on anyone attempting to cross. But Napoleon did something that most other commanders in his position would never think to do, something that demonstrated his willingness to take risks that others would avoid. He found a ford, somewhere upstream or downstream from the main bridge. There was a place where the river was shallow enough to cross on foot, if you had enough soldiers and enough courage. He sent some of his forces to use this ford, to threaten the Austrian flank and force them to divide their defensive effort. And then, with the Austrians distracted by the threat of encirclement from the flanking force, he led a frontal assault across the bridge itself, with infantry and cavalry moving in coordinated attack. The courage of the French troops was extraordinary in the truest sense of the word. They charged directly into artillery fire, knowing that they were running into death. They climbed across the narrow bridge, under a hail of cannon fire and musket fire that ripped through their ranks, and they kept coming, kept pushing forward, kept moving toward the objective. More and more troops poured across the bridge in successive waves, each wave stepping over the bodies of the soldiers who had come before them. The smoke hung over the scene in thick clouds, obscuring everything, making it impossible to see who was winning or who was losing. That the French kept coming, kept pushing, kept advancing. The Austrians, seeing that they were about to be surrounded by the flanking force, seeing that their position was becoming completely untenable, seeing that they faced encirclement and destruction, broke and retreated in disorder, they abandoned the bridge. They left behind their artillery. They left behind supplies and ammunition. They fell back in confused retreat that became increasingly chaotic. The bridge was taken. The Austrian army had been routed. The way forward into Austria itself lay open. The victory at Lodi became the stuff of legend almost immediately. Within days, within hours almost. Stories spread through the army and back to France about how Napoleon had personally led the charge across the bridge, about his personal courage in the face of enemy fire, about his genius in seeing the weakness and exploiting it, how he had defeated what seemed like an impossible position through bold action and tactical brilliance of the highest order. The troops who fought there believed they had witnessed something extraordinary, something that was almost supernatural in nature. They had seen their commander do something that seemed impossible and succeed. The newspapers back in France printed accounts of the victory with breathless excitement. They called it a masterpiece of warfare. Paintings and engravings were commissioned showing Napoleon in heroic poses at the bridge, waving the flag, urging his troops forward, standing firm against enemy fire. His reputation was transformed overnight from being a promising young general with some interesting ideas to being a military genius of the absolute highest order, someone whose name would be remembered in history. The Italian campaign concluded that year with Napoleon having driven the Austrians out of Italy, having established French dominance over the entire region, and having captured enormous amounts of supplies and material from the defeated enemy. The French army, which had begun the campaign ragged and hungry, was now flush with supplies and confident. The soldiers under his command would follow him anywhere. They believed in him with an almost religious fervor. He had proven to them that under his leadership they were invincible, that he could achieve victories that seemed impossible, that they could accomplish things that no other army could accomplish. The legend of Napoleon the General, the military genius, had been born, and the implications of this legend would reshape France and Europe itself. The Treaty of Campo Formio, that followed in October of 1796, formally concluded the Italian campaign and represented a major diplomatic victory for France that matched and complemented all the military victories that had preceded it. Austria, defeated in the field and facing the unpleasant prospect of having to continue fighting more wars against an increasingly confident and capable French state, agreed to terms of peace that hugely favored France and reflected its military dominance. The treaty recognized French control over Belgium, which had been a major strategic goal of the French government for years. It recognized French expansion into Italy, giving France control over Lombardy and other Italian territories that had previously been independent or under Austrian influence. It gave France the Ionian Islands in the Mediterranean, establishing a naval presence in that strategically important sea. Austria received some compensation in the form of Venetia, the territory of the former Republic of Venice, which was certainly a significant territorial acquisition. But it was absolutely clear to everyone involved that France had gotten the much better deal in the negotiation. Austria had given up far more than it had gained. What was particularly striking and important about the treaty was how it was actually negotiated and by whom. Napoleon, acting on his own authority and without waiting for specific approval from the Directory government back in Paris, made major territorial agreements and commitments that affected the entire future of Europe. He acted as though he was not merely a general following orders from the government, but rather as an independent power in his own right, making agreements on behalf of France, essentially acting as his own foreign minister and secretary of state. The Directory government back in Paris was presented with a fait accompli, a done deal that they could either accept or reject but could not easily modify. They could either accept the treaty that Napoleon had negotiated, or they could repudiate their own general, which would have been politically impossible given his enormous popularity with the military and the general public. So they accepted the treaty reluctantly, but this incident revealed something absolutely crucial about the nature of political power in France at that particular moment in time. The government's authority was becoming increasingly dependent on military success. Military success meant everything. Victories in the field meant more than legal authority or constitutional procedures. The general who could deliver military victories had become more important politically than the politicians who officially held power according to the law. And Napoleon, understanding this perfectly, understanding this better perhaps than anyone else in France, was positioning himself as the indispensable man, the one leader who could achieve the results that the nation desperately needed to survive. After the triumph in Italy, after the glory of Lodi, and the successful campaign that had transformed him from a promising young officer into a legendary commander, Napoleon became absolutely convinced that his destiny lay in even greater achievements, in accomplishments that would make the Italian campaign seem like merely a prelude to greater things. The Directory government, seeking to channel his ambitions, and his capabilities in directions that might benefit France, asked him to lead an expedition to Egypt, a bold and ambitious undertaking that was almost unprecedented in scope. Napoleon believed deeply that this campaign could strike a devastating blow at British interests in the Middle East and establish French dominance in the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond. He believed that he was destined for greatness on a continental scale, perhaps even on a global scale. He saw himself not as just another general earning a salary and following orders, but as a figure of historical destiny, someone who would accomplish things that would echo through history for centuries to come. The idea of Egypt appealed to him on multiple levels, on a level that went beyond mere military ambition. It represented an opportunity to expand French power in an entirely new direction, to establish a permanent French presence in territories that had been thought of as natural British spheres of influence, to accomplish something bold and extraordinary that no European power had even attempted in recent centuries. The planning for the Egyptian expedition took place through late 1797 and into early 1798, a complex undertaking that required coordination across multiple theatres and careful logistics. A naval fleet was assembled from French ports. Transports were gathered to carry troops and supplies. Supplies were stockpiled at various locations along the route, and preparations were made on a scale that was barely imaginable. The force that Napoleon assembled was truly massive for the time, roughly 40,000 men in total, including infantry, cavalry, artillery, and supporting units of various kinds. It was one of the largest military expeditions that France had ever mounted in its entire history, perhaps the largest. The objective was straightforward on the surface but ambitious in the extreme. He would land in Egypt, secure the major cities and population centers, and establish French control over the country in a way that would make it a French possession, in fact, if not in formal international law. From Egypt, he believed with passionate conviction, he could potentially advance further, perhaps into Syria, perhaps toward the Persian Gulf, perhaps even threatening British interests in India, and threatening British commercial dominance in Asia. He gathered not just soldiers, but also scholars and scientists, engineers and artists, because he wanted the expedition to be not just a military conquest, but a cultural and scientific achievement of the highest order. He wanted to study Egypt, to learn from its civilization and its history, to bring back knowledge and artifacts that would establish him as not just a great military commander, but as a great leader and visionary and explorer. The expedition launched in May of 1798, with the great fleet sailing away from Toulon in southern France, heading southward through the Mediterranean toward Egypt. It first captured Malta, a strategic island position, establishing a base, and then sailed onward toward Egypt, with a great convoy of ships carrying troops and supplies. The landing in Egypt itself was largely unopposed, because the Ottoman forces that nominally controlled Egypt were weak and scattered, lacking any serious naval capability to oppose the French fleet. The French forces moved rapidly southward along the Nile toward Cairo, moving at a pace that demonstrated the efficiency of the French military machine. In July of 1798, they achieved their first major engagement at the Battle of the Pyramids, a dramatic engagement fought near Cairo, where French troops decisively defeated the Mamluk cavalry forces that had been the primary military force in Egypt for centuries, that had dominated Egyptian military affairs for generation after generation. The Mamluks were skilled horsemen and fierce warriors, incredibly brave in battle, but they were using cavalry tactics and military strategies that were largely obsolete and ineffective against well-disciplined European infantry armed with modern muskets and artillery. The French infantry formed tight defensive squares, dense formations that presented a wall of bayonets and muskets to any attacker, and the Mamluk cavalry charges broke against these formations like waves breaking against rocks. When the Mamluk cavalry ranks were disordered and confused by the volleys of musket fire from French infantry, the French infantry charged forward and completely routed them, driving them from the field. It was a stark demonstration of modern European warfare techniques and military organization against older traditional Middle Eastern military methods and tactics. And it demonstrated clearly and absolutely the military superiority of the French forces when opposed by local opposition. After this dramatic victory at the Pyramids, French forces occupied Cairo and the major cities of Egypt. For a moment it seemed as though Napoleon's extraordinarily ambitious plan might actually succeed, that he might actually accomplish what he had set out to do. He issued proclamations declaring to the Egyptian people that he had come to liberate Egypt from Ottoman rule, that he was bringing progress and enlightenment and modernization. He tried carefully to position himself as a liberator rather than as a conqueror and occupier. He made gestures toward Islam. He proclaimed publicly his respect for the Quran. He tried various ways to win over the local population and make them accept French rule. For a time it seemed as though the campaign was succeeding, that the population was gradually accepting French presence, that the occupation might actually be sustainable. But then, in August of 1798, everything changed in a single day. Everything transformed, absolutely and irrevocably. A British naval squadron, under the command of Admiral Nelson, which had been relentlessly pursuing the French fleet through the Mediterranean, caught it anchored and helpless in the harbour at Abu Qir, near the city of Alexandria. The naval battle that followed was one of the most decisive and consequential naval engagements in the entire history of naval warfare. And it was an absolute catastrophe for Napoleon and for France. The British attacked at dawn when the light was just beginning, and they employed tactical innovations and manoeuvres that the French had not anticipated or prepared for. They sailed their ships close alongside the French vessels and poured devastating broadsides from their guns directly into the French ships at point-blank range, where escape was impossible. The French fleet, anchored in the harbour and unable to manoeuvre effectively or escape, suffered enormous losses in a very short time. Ships caught fire and sank beneath the waves. Officers and crews died by the thousands in the flames and explosions. Within a matter of only a few hours, sometimes estimated at even less, the French fleet had been destroyed as an effective fighting force, scattered and sunk and rendered incapable of further action. The destruction of the French fleet at the Battle of the Nile meant that Napoleon's army in Egypt was now completely cut off from France and from any possibility of regular communication or support. There were no supply ships arriving from home. There were no reinforcements that could possibly reach them. There was no way to maintain meaningful contact with the government. The army was stranded, isolated thousands of miles from home in an increasingly hostile land, with no way to return without naval support that no longer existed. The strategic situation had transformed completely in the space of a few hours. What had begun as an ambitious offensive campaign designed to expand French power globally had become a desperate holding action, focused simply on survival. Disease began to devastate the French forces almost immediately after the naval defeat. Plague swept through the camps, killing soldiers by the hundreds. Dysentery was rampant, spreading through the crowded conditions. The climate was harsh and relentless. The supply situation was becoming increasingly precarious, and the soldiers were beginning to suffer from the crushing exhaustion and demoralization that comes from being stranded far from home, with no hope of return. Local resistance also began to organize and harden against the French occupation. The supposed liberation of Egypt that Napoleon had proclaimed so confidently was not how the Egyptian population actually saw things at all. They resisted the French presence actively and passively. They attacked supply lines. They harassed the French forces whenever possible. They made life as difficult as they could for the occupiers. For nearly 3 years, Napoleon's army clung to Egypt, clinging to hope that somehow the situation might change, that somehow they might find a way out. They achieved occasional tactical victories. They defeated Ottoman and British forces that tried to drive them out. They maintained their discipline and organization despite everything. But they were unable to overcome the fundamental strategic disadvantage that they faced, unable to overcome the fact that they were cut off from home, surrounded by hostile populations, with disease and deprivation grinding them down day by day. In 1799, growing desperate and seeking some way to change the situation, Napoleon began a campaign into Syria, perhaps hoping that by expanding eastward, he could find a way to break out of the trap that he was in, perhaps hoping that he could reach the Persian Gulf and find some route back to Europe. He marched his army northward out of Egypt toward the Levantine coast with renewed determination. He achieved several victories against Ottoman forces. He captured some fortified towns and destroyed Ottoman armies in the field. He demonstrated once again that the French could defeat local opposition in pitched battles. But the Ottoman Empire, now fully mobilized against French expansion in its territories, was able to bring increasingly larger forces into the field against him. At Acre, a store fortress that was crucial to Napoleon's campaign and his plans, he suffered a serious setback that could not be recovered from. The garrison was commanded by British officers who understood European siege warfare in ways that the French had not anticipated, and despite repeated attempts and assaults, the French could not capture the city, no matter how hard they tried. The siege dragged on, consuming precious time and resources that Napoleon could not spare, and eventually Napoleon was forced to abandon it and retreat back toward Egypt in humiliation. The dream of pushing eastward, of using Egypt as a springboard for conquest in the Middle East and beyond, had died at Acre. By 1799, after spending a year in Egypt and Syria fighting holding actions and pursuing increasingly desperate campaigns, it was clear to everyone involved, including Napoleon himself, that the Egyptian adventure was an absolute failure that could not be redeemed. The strategic situation was hopeless and had been hopeless for a year or more. There was no way to achieve victory, no possibility of success, no realistic path forward. The best that could possibly be done was to preserve what remained of the army and extract it from the situation as quickly as possible. The campaign that had promised so grandly to extend French power across the Mediterranean and threaten British interests in India had become a catastrophic disaster that had cost thousands of lives. Thousands of French soldiers had died from disease and from combat, their bodies left behind in Egypt or Syria. The survivors were exhausted. They were demoralized. They were desperate to go home. Napoleon's reputation, which had been built so solidly on military victories and military success in Italy, was being damaged by the failure in Egypt. Word was filtering back to France about the difficulties, the losses, the plague and disease, the apparent incompetence of the Egyptian campaign. The newspapers were starting to question whether the great general had finally met his match, whether his luck had finally run out. But Napoleon understood something absolutely crucial about power and perception that many people did not understand. He understood that you could not afford to let people focus too long on your failures. You needed to control the narrative actively, to shape how people understood events, to present your actions in the most favorable possible light possible. So when he finally abandoned Egypt in 1799, leaving behind most of his army to be evacuated by others, or to remain there and make the best of things, he framed the entire expedition as a successful scientific and cultural expedition, rather than as a military failure. He brought back artifacts and specimens and examples of Egyptian art. He brought back accounts of discoveries and scholarly achievements and research. He presented himself as a visionary leader who had attempted something unprecedented and bold, something that had never been tried before, even if it had not achieved every one of its objectives. And remarkably, his reputation actually survived the failure. When he returned to France, he was still the celebrated general, still the military hero, still the man that the government and the people believed could save France, because France desperately needed saving. In his absence during the long Egyptian campaign, the political situation had continued to deteriorate further and further, spiraling into chaos and ineffectiveness. The Directory government was corrupt in multiple layers, inefficient in its operations, and deeply unpopular with large portions of the population. There had been military failures in other theatres of Europe. The government seemed unable to govern effectively or to make decisions that actually helped the nation. Economic conditions were difficult and getting worse, with inflation and debt mounting. There was a pervasive sense that the revolution had lost its way, that the government was failing the people, that something fundamental needed to change dramatically. Various political figures in Paris began to think that what France needed most was a strong leader, someone with real authority, someone who could take control and set things right, who could restore order and stability. And they began to look toward the one man in France who had demonstrated the ability to accomplish things despite overwhelming obstacles. The one man whose name was synonymous with victory and success. The one man that the military and the people believed in absolutely. Napoleon arrived back in France in October of 1799, and he was greeted not as a failed general returning in disgrace, but as a returning hero, welcomed with genuine enthusiasm. The moment that was waiting for Napoleon came very quickly. A group of politicians, including Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès and others, who controlled important factions within the government, approached him with a careful political proposal. They believed that the government needed to be reformed fundamentally, that the Directory system was clearly not working as intended, that an entirely new governmental structure was needed, and they believed that Napoleon could be the tool or instrument through which this necessary reform could be accomplished. They envisioned him as a kind of military strongman who could stabilize the government, restore order and efficiency, and then presumably step aside and allow them to govern according to their vision. They drastically underestimated him and misunderstood his ambitions. On November 9th, 1799, in an event that became known as the Coup of 18 Brumaire, using the revolutionary calendar that was still in use, Napoleon acted decisively and boldly. He entered the legislature with military backing, with troops positioned outside the building. He was supposed to make a speech that would build support for the reformation of the government, but the speech was poorly received by the deputies. The deputies were suspicious of military intervention. They were nervous about military power being used to influence politics. There was murmuring of opposition throughout the chamber. For a moment, it seemed as though the coup might actually fail, that the deputies would reject the proposal, that military force would be necessary. But then Napoleon's brother Luigi, who was presiding over the session as the chair of the assembly, made a dramatic and crucial intervention. He announced that the deputies would be protected by the military, that the government absolutely needed to be reformed, that the soldiers would ensure order. The military presence outside the chamber was very persuasive indeed. Within hours, the Directory government was dissolved and ceased to exist. A new government called the Consulate was established in its place, with Napoleon as first consul, which gave him the dominant position within the new government structure. The coup was technically a seizure of power through force, a clear violation of legal process and constitutional procedure. But the French people, exhausted from years of chaos and instability and constant political turmoil, largely welcomed it as a positive development. Here was a strong man who promised order, who promised efficient government, who promised to end the years of turmoil and confusion that had plagued France since the Revolution. And the people wanted desperately to believe in him. In this moment of political crisis and military uncertainty, it seemed that everything depended on his will, his genius, his ability to reshape France into something new. As first consul, Napoleon had complete authority over the government and the military, and he wasted no time consolidating his power and beginning the transformation of France that he believed was necessary. The very title of first consul suggested that there were other consuls, but in reality the other two consuls had little real power and served primarily as figureheads to maintain a facade of republican governance. The first order of business was to restore stability to the country and demonstrate that his government could actually function more effectively than the Directory had been able to do. He centralized power in his own hands, reducing the influence of the legislature and establishing executive authority as the dominant force in the governmental structure. He appointed loyal commanders to positions of importance throughout the military hierarchy and made sure that the officers who served him understood that their advancement depended on his favor and their willingness to follow his orders without question. He established a more efficient administrative system with ministers who reported directly to him and carried out his directives with precision. The government began to function more smoothly than it had in years. Decisions were made quickly rather than being debated endlessly by committees that could never reach agreement. Laws were passed and implemented efficiently. The chaos and paralysis that had characterized the Directory government began to give way to a sense of order and purpose. The French people, who had been exhausted by years of governmental incompetence and political turmoil, gradually began to believe that perhaps this strong man could actually solve the problems that had plagued France for so long. They began to have hope that the future might actually be better than the past had been. Peace treaties were negotiated with foreign powers, ending the wars that had drained France of resources and manpower for so many years. The financial situation, which had been desperate under the Directory with runaway inflation and government bankruptcy seeming inevitable, began to stabilize as new financial policies were implemented and the government began to collect taxes more efficiently. The The public works programs that were initiated under Napoleon's direction began to transform the landscape of France, with roads improved, bridges constructed, and canals built to facilitate transportation and commerce. The morale of the nation gradually improved as people began to experience the benefits of a government that actually functioned and delivered tangible results. But Napoleon knew that military success would be crucial to his political survival. He understood that if he could deliver military victories, if he could defeat the enemies of France and expand French power and prestige, then his political position would become unassailable. He could weather any political opposition or criticism, as long as he could point to victories on the battlefield and expansion of French power and territory. So in the spring of 1800, just a few months into his tenure as first consul, he decided to launch a new military campaign against Austria, which had renewed the war against France while he was still in Egypt. He raised an army of about 56,000 men and planned to lead them across the Alps into northern Italy, where he would attempt to bring the campaign to a decisive conclusion through superior maneuvering and tactical brilliance. The campaign was bold and risky, requiring his army to march through mountain passes and difficult terrain, requiring precise coordination between different corps operating semi-independently, requiring everything to go almost perfectly for success to be achieved. But Napoleon had confidence in his abilities and confidence in his army, and he believed that if he could defeat the Austrians decisively, it would secure his political position and make him truly indispensable to France. The weight of political success and failure rested on the outcome of this campaign. The crossing of the Alps was grueling and dangerous, with soldiers marching through narrow passes and treacherous terrain, with some units climbing to altitudes where the air was thin and cold bit at exposed skin and made every breath a labor. The march lasted for weeks, with constant danger of ambush or attack from enemy forces that sought to disrupt the French movement and scatter their forces before they could assemble in Italy. Supply lines were stretched to the breaking point, with provisions sometimes failing to arrive at designated locations and forcing the soldiers to improvise and rely on what they could find or take from the countryside through which they passed. But the army held together and maintained discipline and order despite the hardships. Napoleon's leadership and his promoters Beru and Das, but the army held together and maintained discipline and order despite the hardships. Napoleon's leadership, essence with the troops, kept morale from breaking down completely. He moved with his soldiers, experienced what they experienced, and showed them that he was willing to face the same dangers and hardships that he asked them to endure. The soldiers understood that they were part of something extraordinary, that they were under the command of a general who had achieved seemingly impossible victories before and might achieve them again. The shared suffering and the common purpose bound the army together with a loyalty that was almost unbreakable. By late May of 1800, the French army had crossed the Alps and was in position to engage the Austrians in northern Italy. The Austrians, under the command of General Michael von Melas, were positioned around the town of Marengo, with about equal numbers to the French forces. On June 14, 1800, the two armies met at Marengo, in what would become one of the most famous and dramatic battles of the entire Napoleonic Wars, a battle that would determine the fate of the campaign and perhaps the fate of the French government itself. Everything depended on what happened on this day. The Battle of Marengo was dramatic and chaotic, and represented a moment of supreme danger for Napoleon and his army. The Austrians attacked first and drove the French back with aggressive assaults that seemed to have overwhelming force and momentum. The French lines wavered and nearly broke under the pressure of the Austrian attacks. At one point in the battle, it seemed as though the Austrians might actually achieve a decisive victory, that they might break through the French defences and scatter the French army in complete defeat, destroying in a single afternoon everything that Napoleon had worked to build. Napoleon found himself in genuine danger of losing the battle, of seeing his carefully planned campaign end in disaster, of returning to France as a failed general, facing a political collapse that might be absolute and permanent. The sounds of cannon fire and musket fire filled the air, the screams of wounded men, the smell of smoke and death, the chaos of thousands of men struggling to kill one another in a confused mass of combat. But at the crucial moment, reserves arrived on the battlefield led by General Claude Victor Perrin, and these fresh troops stabilized the French position and allowed Napoleon to rally his forces for a counterattack. As the afternoon wore on and the fighting continued, the tide of battle gradually turned in favor of the French. The Austrian forces, exhausted from hours of combat, began to falter and break. The French pursued relentlessly, and the Austrian army was driven from the field in disorder. The victory at Marengo was not as overwhelming as the victory at Lodi had been, and some of the details of the battle were complicated and not entirely favorable to Napoleon's conduct. But it was a victory nonetheless, and a victory was all that mattered politically. The Austrians were forced to sue for peace and agreed to terms that were very favorable to France, and the campaign that had seemed so risky and dangerous at its outset had resulted in another military triumph. The victory at Marengo cemented Napoleon's position as the man who could deliver military success to France. His political position became stronger after the battle, and his authority within the government became more secure. The French people accepted his rule more readily because he had proven once again that he could achieve military victories where other leaders had failed. The government continued to function more efficiently than it had in years. The financial situation began to improve as reforms stabilized the currency and improved tax collection, restoring confidence in the financial integrity of the state. The military was reorganized and professionalized and modernized, becoming a more capable instrument of French power. The administrative system was streamlined and made more efficient. Schools and academies were established to train administrators and military officers, creating a system of education and advancement based on merit and ability rather than birth and privilege. The legal system was being reformed and unified through the work that would eventually result in the Napoleonic Code, a comprehensive system of laws that would eventually be adopted across much of Europe. Roads and bridges and canals were being constructed to improve transportation and infrastructure, facilitating the movement of goods and military forces across the nation. The Church, which had been in conflict with the government since the Revolution, was brought back into a cooperative relationship with the state through the Concordat of 1801, allowing religion to resume its place in French society while maintaining state control over ecclesiastical appointments and revenues. The Pope himself came to France to meet with Napoleon, acknowledging the new reality of French power and the legitimacy of the French government. The reconciliation with the Church was particularly significant because it healed one of the deepest wounds of the revolutionary period and restored the support of the religious population to the government. All of these reforms and improvements were happening while Napoleon was simultaneously maintaining his control over the government and strengthening his personal authority with careful calculation and ruthless determination. He was not interested in sharing power or in allowing democratic processes to limit his ability to make decisions. He understood that power consolidated was power that could be defended and maintained, and power shared was power that could be challenged and diminished. He gradually moved away from the idea that he was merely the first consul of a republican government and began to move toward the idea that he was the supreme leader of France, the one person whose will determined the direction of the nation. He expanded his powers gradually, step by step, each step seeming reasonable and necessary in isolation, but collectively adding up to an increasing concentration of authority in his own hands. He used the legacy of the revolution and his military victories to justify the ever-increasing power that he accumulated. He presented himself as the protector of the gains of the revolution, the man who had preserved the revolutionary ideals while preventing the chaos and violence that had characterized the revolutionary period. In 1802, he became consul for life, a title that indicated that his position was no longer temporary or subject to periodic re-election, but would continue as long as he lived. The legislative body and the Senate continued to exist as formal institutions, but they had become increasingly powerless and subservient to his will. They were bodies that rubber-stamped his decisions rather than genuine legislative bodies that could oppose or modify his proposals. Elections were still held, but they were managed carefully to ensure the desired outcomes. The French people accepted this gradual concentration of power because the government was functioning better than it had before, because order had been restored to the nation, because the economy was improving, because France was winning military victories and expanding its power and prestige in Europe. People were willing to exchange the theoretical freedoms of a republic for the practical stability and order that Napoleon provided. By the time Napoleon crowned himself Emperor of the French in December of 1804 in the Cathedral of Notre Dame, it was almost an afterthought in some ways. He had already been the supreme ruler of France for years, already exercised absolute authority over all aspects of government and military affairs, already ruled over France in every meaningful sense. The coronation ceremony itself was elaborate and carefully staged to emphasize his power and importance. He invited the Pope to attend, which showed that he could command even the Church itself, even though he did not allow the Pope to place the crown on his head as custom might have dictated. The Pope's presence at the coronation was itself a diplomatic triumph, evidence that even the head of the Catholic Church recognized and accepted the legitimacy of Napoleon's rule. Instead, Napoleon crowned himself, placing the crown on his own head in a dramatic moment that symbolized his independence and his supreme authority. He was no longer first consul of a republic. He was Emperor of the French, the embodiment of French power and glory. The title Emperor carried with it implications of absolute authority and divine right that transcended the republican principles that the Revolution had originally proclaimed. Yet many French people accepted the transformation because they associated the imperial title with strength and power and greatness, with the idea that France was being ruled by a figure of historic importance who would lead the nation to unprecedented heights of glory and power. The ceremony was attended by thousands of the most important figures in France, diplomats from other nations, military heroes, government officials, and nobles from all across the realm. It was a display of French splendor and power that demonstrated to the world that France was a great nation and that Napoleon was its supreme leader. The coronation of 1804 represented a transformation not just in Napoleon's title, but in the very nature of the French government and the French state. The revolutionary republic that had proclaimed the rights of man and the sovereignty of the people had been transformed into an empire ruled by a single man who exercised absolute authority and who brooked no interference with his will. Yet paradoxically, many of the reforms that Napoleon had implemented, particularly the Napoleonic Code, represented genuine progress toward legal equality and rational government. The empire was not a return to the old feudal monarchy of the Ancien Régime, but rather a new kind of autocratic government that combined elements of revolutionary reform with absolute executive authority. Napoleon presented himself as the protector and embodiment of the revolutionary ideals, as the man who had preserved the revolution's achievements while restoring order and preventing the chaos and violence that the revolution had produced. Whether this was an accurate characterization or a masterful exercise in propaganda is something historians have debated for 2 centuries. What was undeniable was that Napoleon had transformed himself from a general into an emperor, and that he had done so with the acceptance and even the enthusiasm of the French people. He had achieved what few men in history have ever achieved: the concentration of absolute power in his own hands, while maintaining the support and loyalty of the population over which he ruled. Now that he was emperor, Napoleon turned his attention increasingly toward the creation and maintenance of a vast European empire. The Treaty of Amiens, that had ended the war with Britain in 1802, had been a moment of peace, but it had not solved the fundamental conflicts that existed between France and the other European powers. Britain remained suspicious and hostile, concerned that France was becoming too powerful and threatening to British interests and security. Austria and Russia remained opposed to French dominance in Europe. The various other European powers, large and small, were concerned about French expansion and the threat that it posed to the balance of power that had existed in Europe for centuries. Almost inevitably, the peace that had been achieved at Amiens proved to be temporary, and by 1803, Britain had once again declared war on France, leading to the resumption of the great conflict that would eventually drag most of Europe into the Napoleonic Wars. The War of the Third Coalition began in 1805, when Austria and Russia, with British encouragement and support, prepared to launch a major offensive against France designed to destroy Napoleon's power and restore the balance of power in Europe. Napoleon, anticipating this threat and moving first, assembled an army and advanced rapidly to achieve a decisive victory before the coalition forces could fully coordinate their efforts. The campaign culminated in the Battle of Austerlitz in December of 1805, a battle that would become legendary in military history as perhaps the greatest demonstration of tactical genius that any commander had ever achieved. The battle was fought near the small town of Austerlitz in what is now the Czech Republic between Napoleon's army of about 73,000 men and an Austro-Russian coalition force of about 85,000 men under the command of the Russian general Mikhail Kutuzov and the Austrian commander Karl Mack von Lieberich. The Austro-Russian force had the advantage of higher ground and superior numbers, advantages that should have made them confident of victory, and in fact, many of the coalition commanders believed that the numerical superiority they enjoyed would prove decisive. But Napoleon had identified a weakness in the enemy position through careful reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. a place where their lines were vulnerable to exploitation, where a well-executed assault could penetrate their defensive formation and drive a wedge between their separated corps. He understood the enemy's thinking and anticipated how they would respond to various French movements and actions. Napoleon's plan was brilliant in its conception and devastating in its execution. He weakened his own right flank deliberately, appearing to invite an attack in that direction, and when the Austrians and Russians took the bait and committed reserves to attack there, drawing off forces from their centre to exploit what seemed to be a French weakness, he launched his main assault against the centre of their position, where the defences had been weakened. The assault was led by the elite Imperial Guard, the most professional and best trained troops in the French army, and they punched through the enemy line with overwhelming force. Infantry and cavalry moved in coordinated assault. Artillery batteries provided supporting fire, and the entire assault moved forward with the precision of an orchestra executing a carefully composed symphony. The Austro-Russian army was split in two, with the two wings separated and unable to support each other. The Russian and Austrian commanders realized that their position had become hopeless, that they faced complete defeat and possibly encirclement and destruction. The coalition forces began to retreat in disorder, with many units breaking apart in panic and confusion. Soldiers threw away their weapons and ran in terror. Officers tried desperately to maintain some kind of organized withdrawal, but it became increasingly impossible as the panic spread through the ranks. The French cavalry pursued them relentlessly, harassing the retreating columns and inflicting massive losses. Some units of retreating soldiers tried to cross a frozen lake to escape the pursuing French cavalry, but the ice beneath them gave way under the weight of men and horses and cannon, and hundreds drowned in the cold water. The battle was a complete and utter victory for Napoleon, one of the most decisive victories in the entire history of warfare. The Austro-Russian losses were enormous, with estimates of 26,000 casualties and prisoners, compared to only about 9,000 French casualties. The Austrian and Russian emperors, Francis II and Alexander I, witnessed the defeat of their armies and were forced to seek immediate peace with France. The victory at Austerlitz had enormous strategic and political consequences that reverberated across all of Europe. It demonstrated conclusively that Napoleon was the greatest military commander of the age, that no coalition of European powers seemed capable of defeating him in the field. It forced Austria and Russia to accept peace terms that hugely favored France through the Treaty of Pressburg. It established French dominance in continental Europe beyond any doubt. It made it clear that if any European power wanted to challenge French power and French expansion, they would need to assemble even larger coalition forces and coordinate more carefully than they had done. The British, watching from across the Channel with growing alarm at French expansion, realized that they could not defeat France through military means alone, as long as France maintained dominance on land. The only strategy available to Britain was to continue to support coalitions of continental powers against France, and to maintain the naval blockade that prevented French invasion and established British naval supremacy. The campaigns that followed the victory at Austerlitz extended French power and influence across continental Europe with ruthless efficiency. In 1806, Prussia, alarmed at the extent of French expansion and concerned that France was becoming too powerful to resist, declared war on France and prepared to launch an offensive designed to drive French power back from Central Europe. The Prussian army was substantial, numbering perhaps 180,000 men at the beginning of the campaign. and the Prussians were confident that they could defeat the French, particularly since they believed that French resources were stretched thin from the wars in Italy and the maintenance of large forces across a wide area of Europe. The Prussians were wrong. They fundamentally misunderstood the nature of Napoleonic warfare and the superiority of French military organization and tactics. The Prussian army was still operating according to 18th century principles and tactics that had been superseded by Napoleon's more mobile and flexible approach. The Prussian commanders were older men who had learned their craft decades earlier and had not adapted to the new style of warfare that Napoleon had pioneered. In October of 1806, the Prussian campaign came to its climax at the battles of Jena and Auerstedt, which were fought on the same day, but at different locations, with different portions of the French army engaging different portions of the Prussian army. At Jena, Napoleon himself commanded the French forces and achieved a decisive victory against the main Prussian army. At Auerstedt, French forces under the command of Marshal Davout defeated a larger Prussian force in a separate engagement. The victories were complete and overwhelming. The Prussian army was essentially destroyed as a fighting force, with enormous losses in both killed and captured, with the survivors fleeing in disorder. The French pursued the defeated Prussians relentlessly, driving them northward and occupying the major cities and fortresses of Prussia. Berlin, the capital of Prussia, was captured by French forces and occupied. The Prussian state was defeated so completely and so utterly that it ceased to be a major power in Europe for the foreseeable future. King Frederick William III of Prussia was forced to flee his own kingdom and seek refuge in the remoter parts of eastern Prussia, where French armies had not yet penetrated. He then defeated Russia at the battles of Eylau and Friedland in 1807, forcing Russia to seek peace at the Treaty of Tilsit. These victories transformed Napoleon into the undisputed master of continental Europe, with the only major power outside of his control being Britain, which remained defiant and hostile across the Channel. France now controlled or dominated vast territories stretching from the Atlantic coast to Central Europe, with satellite kingdoms and states established by Napoleon all across the conquered territories. French culture, French legal codes, French administrative systems, and French institutions were being imposed on the subject territories with the goal of creating a unified European realm under French leadership and guidance. At the Treaty of Tilsit, which concluded the war with Russia in 1807, Napoleon had reached the height of his power. He met with Russian Tsar Alexander I on a raft in the middle of the Neman River, a symbolic location suggesting equality between the two leaders, and the two monarchs negotiated the terms of peace. Russia accepted the loss of territories in Eastern Europe and agreed to join the continental system in its blockade of British trade. With Russia now nominally allied with France, with Austria defeated and reduced in power, with Prussia destroyed as a major military force, with most of the smaller German and Italian states either under French control or allied with France, Napoleon had achieved a position of power in Europe that was almost unprecedented. He controlled an empire that stretched across much of continental Europe. He had reshaped the political map of Europe, dissolving the Holy Roman Empire and creating the Confederation of the Rhine, a French-dominated organization of German states. He had established kingdoms for members of his own family, making his brother Joseph king of Spain, his brother Louis king of Holland, and his brother Jerome king of Westphalia. His sister Caroline's husband was made King of Naples. These kingdoms were not independent states, but rather satellite states that served French interests and were ruled by members of the Bonaparte family or other trusted subordinates. The entire structure of European politics had been reorganized around French power and French interests. The old system of independent sovereign states making their own decisions and pursuing their own interests had been replaced by a French-dominated system in which France and Napoleon determined the direction of European affairs. Napoleon's empire was a creation of military genius and political skill, built on victories that had defeated every rival and established French supremacy beyond question. The institutions of his rule, the bureaucracy, the legal systems, the military organization, were all designed to support and maintain his authority and to project French power throughout the continent. The Napoleonic Code was spreading throughout the territories under French control, standardizing law and creating a unified legal system. French administrators governed the conquered territories, importing French ways and French institutions. The military was organized and trained according to Napoleonic principles. The entire vast structure was centered on Napoleon himself, dependent on his will and his genius for maintaining its cohesion and effectiveness. He had created something entirely new in European history, a unified continental empire ruled by a single man according to rational principles of law and administration. Whether such an empire could endure indefinitely, whether the resentments and tensions that it created could ultimately be contained, were questions that only time would answer. But in the moment of his greatest triumph, with the Treaty of Tilsit signed, and Europe seemingly at his feet, it appeared that Napoleon had indeed accomplished what he had set out to do. He had risen from a young artillery officer to the master of Europe. He had transformed France from a nation on the verge of collapse into the dominant power on the continent. He had done what others had attempted and failed: accomplish. He had created an empire. Napoleon could not invade Britain because he lacked naval superiority to protect a crossing. The British fleet remained supreme at sea, and any French invasion attempt would be destroyed before it could accomplish anything. But he could attempt to destroy British power through economic means. In 1806, he issued the Berlin Decree, establishing what became known as the Continental System, an economic blockade designed to isolate Britain from the markets of Europe and cripple the British economy through denial of trade. The decree forbade all nations under French control or allied with France from trading with Britain. It required European nations to seize British goods and prevent their entry into ports under French control. It was intended to force Britain into submission through economic supports under French control. It was intended to force Britain into submission through economic starvation without the need for military invasion. The logic was compelling in a way, but it required a level of unified control over Europe that was difficult to maintain and enforce effectively. The continental system required French military enforcement to maintain its effectiveness. French troops had to be stationed throughout Europe to ensure that nations complied with the blockade and did not secretly allow British goods to enter their territories through smuggling. Customs officials had to be established and trained to inspect cargo and prevent contraband from passing through ports. Financial incentives and penalties were used to encourage compliance and punish violation of the system. The system caused economic hardship and disruption throughout Europe, making many nations resentful of French rule and the economic restrictions that it imposed upon them and their merchants. Trade patterns that had existed for centuries were disrupted, and economic activity was reduced in many regions. Local merchants who had prospered through long-established trading networks found their livelihoods threatened by the French blockade. The system ultimately failed to achieve its objective of forcing Britain to submit, but it caused enormous economic damage and created tensions that would eventually contribute to Napoleon's downfall. Britain proved more resilient than Napoleon had anticipated, finding alternative markets and sources of supply outside of Europe, and the British economy did not collapse as Napoleon had hoped. The attempt to enforce the continental system led to military intervention in Spain and Portugal, when those nations sought to maintain trade with Britain and refused to comply with the blockade requirements, resulting in the long and costly Peninsular War that would drain French resources and manpower for years to come. The resentment created by the continental system and its enforcement would eventually push Russia toward abandoning its alliance with France and joining Britain against Napoleon. The system also alienated many French allies and subject peoples, creating grievances and resentments that would manifest later when French military power began to decline and Napoleon's empire began to show signs of weakness and vulnerability. It was a system that created as many problems as it solved, that generated resentments that would undermine French rule, even as it appeared to be at the height of its power and security. Yet in the moment, in 1807 and 1808, after the victories at Austerlitz, Jena and Friedland, with France dominant across the continent, with Britain isolated and unable to mount an effective challenge to French power, it seemed as though Napoleon had truly achieved his ambition of dominating Europe and establishing a permanent French empire that would endure for generations to come. By the end of 1807, Napoleon had achieved something that seemed almost impossible just a few years earlier. He had transformed a nation on the brink of collapse into the undisputed master of continental Europe. The great powers that had once stood against him, Austria and Russia, had been forced to accept peace and acknowledge French supremacy. Prussia had been destroyed as a major military power, its territories carved up and distributed among France's allies and client states. The only power that still remained defiant was Britain, secure across the Channel behind its naval superiority, unable to threaten Napoleon directly, but also unable to be invaded or conquered by his armies. Yet despite this supreme position, despite having achieved what most commanders would have considered the ultimate victory, Napoleon found himself facing a complex and difficult challenge, the challenge of maintaining an empire, of governing the vast territories he had conquered, of preventing the resentments and tensions that his rule had created from exploding into open revolt and resistance. The early years of his empire, from 1807 to 1810, represented a period in which he worked to consolidate his power and establish the institutions and mechanisms through which he could govern his European realm effectively. He was not content merely to rule France itself, though he did that with characteristic efficiency and attention to detail. He sought to establish a unified European system under French leadership, to spread French institutions and French culture throughout the territories under his control, to remake Europe according to his vision of rational government and modern administration. This period, which historians often refer to as the zenith of his power, saw Napoleon at the height of his confidence and authority. He had defeated every coalition assembled against him. He had proven his military genius repeatedly on the battlefield. He had demonstrated his ability to govern effectively at home. He had extended French culture and influence across Europe. Everything seemed possible to him. The future seemed to belong entirely to France, and to him personally. At the Peace of Tilsit, which had concluded the war with Russia in 1807, Napoleon had met with Tsar Alexander I to negotiate the terms of their settlement. The meeting itself was symbolic of Napoleon's supreme position. The two leaders had negotiated on a raft in the middle of the Nieman River, a location chosen to suggest equality between the two powers, but which actually demonstrated Napoleon's confidence that he could treat with the Russian Tsar as an equal, that France and Russia could together dominate Europe and determine its future. Russia had been forced to accept significant territorial losses and to agree to participate in the continental system, the economic blockade against Britain that was meant to force Britain into submission through economic starvation. With Russia nominally allied with France, with Austria defeated and humiliated, with Prussia destroyed, with the smaller German and Italian states either under French control or dependent on French protection, Napoleon had achieved a position of power that was extraordinary, even by his own remarkable standards. He could look across the continent of Europe and see no rival, no power capable of challenging French dominance, no force that could resist if he chose to assert his will. He surrounded himself with a court that mimicked the grandeur and ceremony of the old Bourbon monarchy, though he maintained that he was the embodiment of revolutionary principles and the protector of the revolutionary ideal. He wore military uniforms rather than the silk stockings of the old aristocracy, but he demanded absolute obedience and deference from those around him, just as Louis XIV had demanded obedience from his courtiers at Versailles. His government became increasingly centralized around his own person. Ministers reported directly to him. Military commanders received his orders and were expected to execute them without question. The legislatures and councils that formerly remained as governmental institutions became increasingly powerless and subservient. Real power flowed from Napoleon's will, expressed through his orders and decrees. Every important decision, whether military, diplomatic, or administrative, ultimately rested with him. The burden of empire rested entirely on his shoulders, and he accepted that burden with what appeared to be complete confidence in his own abilities and judgment. Those who surrounded him, watching him work 18 hours a day reviewing documents, attending meetings, issuing orders, directing the vast machinery of his empire, marveled at his capacity for work and his attention to detail. Nothing was too small for his consideration if he felt it was important to the functioning of his empire. He knew the names and records of his generals. He understood the financial situation of his government. He reviewed reports from his administrators and demanded explanations for any inefficiency or failure. He was not merely a figurehead presiding over an empire that functioned through the efforts of others. He was deeply involved in the actual governance of his realm, making decisions, resolving conflicts, determining policies. The machinery of his empire was an extension of his will, and every part of it ultimately depended on his direction and his judgment. Yet even as Napoleon worked to consolidate his power and establish his empire on a firm foundation, problems were developing that would eventually prove to be far more serious than he anticipated or could easily resolve. The most significant of these problems was the situation in the Iberian Peninsula, where the Spanish people had launched a desperate resistance against French rule. When Napoleon deposed the Spanish Bourbon dynasty and placed his brother Joseph on the throne, He had expected that Spanish resistance would collapse quickly, that the people would accept the new government and the benefits of French institutions and rational administration. Instead, he had encountered something far more difficult and more dangerous than conventional military opposition. He had encountered a popular uprising, a guerrilla war in which armed Spanish civilians attacked French troops, disrupted supply lines, and made conventional military operations almost impossibly difficult. The Spanish simply would not accept French rule. They viewed themselves as defending their nation against foreign occupation, and they were willing to endure enormous suffering and hardship to resist that occupation. The Catholic Church, which represented the spiritual and cultural identity of the Spanish people, supported the resistance, viewing French rule as a threat to Spanish religion, Spanish culture, and Spanish independence. The Spanish nobility, deposed and displaced by the French occupation, supported the guerrilla fighters materially and morally, encouraging resistance and providing leadership to the uprising. The peasants and common people, despite the hardships of war, the destruction of their villages, and the poverty that warfare created, preferred the chaos and suffering of resistance to the order and stability of French-imposed government. They would rather fight and suffer than submit to foreign rule and foreign institutions that seemed alien and hostile to everything they held dear. The Peninsular War, which began in 1808 and would last for years, became a drain on French resources and manpower that was almost impossible to sustain. Large numbers of French troops, hundreds of thousands eventually, had to be committed to Spain to maintain control over the territory and to suppress the seemingly endless guerrilla resistance. These troops, which might have been deployed elsewhere to defend the empire or to suppress other potential rebellions, were instead tied up in Spain fighting an enemy that refused to surrender and refused to be defeated through conventional military means. The guerrilla fighters knew the terrain intimately. They could appear suddenly to attack French supply convoys or isolated garrisons, then disappear back into the mountains and forests before French chase forces could organize a response. They operated in small bands that could not be decisively defeated in battle because there was no single large enemy army to defeat. Kill one band of guerrillas and 3 more would spring up to replace them. The casualty rates in Spain were extremely high, both from combat and from disease. More soldiers died from disease, particularly dysentery and typhus, than from enemy action. The Spanish countryside was devastated by years of warfare and reprisal. Villages were burned, crops were destroyed, the population fled before the advancing armies, creating humanitarian disasters. The Spanish people experienced horrors and atrocities that created lasting resentment against French rule and poisoned any possibility of eventual reconciliation or acceptance of French sovereignty. French soldiers, frustrated by an enemy they could not decisively defeat, conducted brutal reprisals against the civilian population, shooting suspected guerrillas and their sympathizers, burning villages suspected of harboring resistance fighters. The conflict became increasingly unpopular in France as well, as families lost sons and husbands in a distant conflict that produced no decisive victory and no clear end to the fighting. Newspapers reported on the mounting casualties and the endless struggle without resolution. French public opinion gradually began to turn against the war as the costs became increasingly apparent. Yet Napoleon, convinced of his ability to achieve victory through force and determination, refused to abandon the campaign. He studied the Spanish situation, he made strategic recommendations. He sent his best generals to command in Spain. He committed more and more resources to the struggle, convinced that eventually the Spanish resistance would be broken and the peninsula would be pacified. This conviction proved to be profoundly mistaken. The Spanish resistance proved to be impossible to suppress through military force alone, and the resources committed to Spain represented resources that could not be committed elsewhere, which would eventually prove to be a strategic disadvantage that Napoleon could not overcome. At the same time that Napoleon was struggling with the Spanish problem, he was working to strengthen his empire through a dramatic political and personal action that represented his confidence in his own position and his desire to establish a dynasty that would perpetuate his rule for generations to come. In 1809, Napoleon divorced his wife Josephine, a marriage that had been politically important in the early days of his rise to power, but which had failed to produce a male heir. Josephine, beautiful, graceful, and genuinely devoted to Napoleon, had given him love and companionship during the difficult early years of his career. She had borne him a daughter, Eugene, who had become one of his most capable military commanders, but she had not borne him a son, and without a son, without a male heir to continue his dynasty, Napoleon believed that his empire would crumble upon his death, that his achievements would be lost, that the European system he had constructed would dissolve into chaos. The divorce was a deeply personal tragedy for both Napoleon and Josephine, who had been genuinely devoted to each other despite the political nature of their marriage. Josephine wept when she learned of the divorce. Napoleon was deeply affected by the pain he caused her, but he convinced himself that it was a necessary sacrifice for the greater good of the empire. He established an annual stipend for Josephine that ensured her financial security and comfort for the rest of her life. But this gesture could not compensate for the loss of her position as empress or assuage the pain of their separation. But Napoleon, convinced that the future of his empire depended on establishing a dynasty with a clear line of succession, felt compelled to end the marriage and seek a wife who could bear him a son. He negotiated a new marriage with Marie-Louise of Austria, the daughter of the Habsburg Emperor Francis I. The marriage was a triumph of political calculation, linking Napoleon's new empire with the old European aristocracy, and suggesting that his rule had become so legitimate and so secure that the great powers of Europe were willing to marry their daughters into his family. The fact that the Austrian Habsburgs, the oldest and most conservative of European royal houses, would allow their daughter to marry the son of a Corsican lawyer who had become the leader of a revolutionary state, demonstrated how completely Napoleon's legitimacy had been established, how thoroughly he had transformed himself from a revolutionary general into an accepted member of the European political establishment. Marie-Louise came to the marriage with some reluctance, having been raised with the expectation that she would eventually marry a suitable European prince, not a revolutionary general who had conquered Europe through military force and had only recently deposed her own family's ancient rivals. Yet she accepted her destiny and came to France to marry Napoleon, understanding that the marriage was essential to the political equilibrium of Europe and that her personal preferences were secondary to the demands of statecraft. She proved to be a dutiful wife, and in 1810 she gave birth to a son, whom Napoleon proudly named Napoleon Francois-Joseph Charles. The birth of a son and heir represented, in Napoleon's mind, the culmination of his achievement. He had not merely conquered Europe and established an empire. He had established a dynasty, a line of succession, that would perpetuate his rule long after he was gone. The boy, known as the King of Rome, was presented to the world as the living symbol of French dominance and the promise of French greatness for generations to come. Medals were struck to commemorate the birth. Celebrations were held throughout France. The birth was announced to the crowned heads of Europe as if to say, France has not merely temporary dominance, but the foundations for a lasting dynasty. The marriage to Marie-Louise was a political masterstroke, uniting Napoleon's empire with the old European aristocracy, and Suget's sting that his rule had transcended its revolutionary origins to become a legitimate and permanent part of European political structure. If a Habsburg princess would bear his children, if she would accept him as her husband and the father of her children, then surely his legitimacy was beyond question. Surely his empire would endure. With the addition of Marie-Louise to his household and the birth of his son, Napoleon consolidated his position as something more than a general or a republican leader. He had become a true dynast, a founder of a new ruling house that would, he believed, govern Europe for centuries to come. The court at the Tuileries Palace became increasingly elaborate and ceremonial. The elaborate rituals of imperial court life were established, with Napoleon at the center, performing the role of the supreme leader and the ultimate authority. He held levees each morning, formal receptions in which courtiers paid their respects and received his attention. He granted audiences to foreign ambassadors and representatives of foreign powers. He presided over elaborate state dinners and ceremonial occasions. Foreign dignitaries were required to wear court dress and observe elaborate protocols of deference and respect. Ambassadors of foreign powers had to bow before him and wait for his permission to speak. He presented himself as the modern equivalent of the great kings of history, a figure of almost superhuman ability and authority, a man whose will determined the fate of nations and whose judgment could not be questioned or challenged. The transformation from the revolutionary general who had spoken of the ideals of the revolution and the rights of man to the imperial despot who demanded absolute obedience was now complete. Yet Napoleon appeared not to recognize this transformation as a betrayal of revolutionary ideals. He saw himself as having preserved the best elements of the revolution, particularly the principles of legal equality embodied in the Napoleonic Code, while establishing the order and stability that the revolution had failed to achieve. He was the great man who had made the revolution work, who had taken its ideals and implemented them practically, while maintaining the authority and discipline necessary to govern effectively. In his own mind, he was not a tyrant or a despot, but rather the heir to the revolutionary tradition, the man who had fulfilled the revolution's promise while avoiding its excesses and its chaos. Whether this interpretation of his own role was accurate or simply a sophisticated rationalization for the establishment of absolute personal rule is something historians continue to debate. What was undeniable was that Napoleon had transformed himself and his empire, creating a new kind of authority that blended revolutionary principles with imperial grandeur, and that the French people, exhausted by years of revolution and war, seemed willing to accept this new order. At the height of his power, in 1810 and 1811, Napoleon ruled an empire that was almost unparalleled in its extent and power. France itself, with its expanded borders that had been extended during the wars to include the Rhineland, Belgium, parts of Italy, and other territories, had a population of approximately 40 million people. Beyond France, vast territories were either directly governed by France or nominally independent but effectively under French control. The Kingdom of Italy, with a population of several million, was governed by Napoleon's stepson, Eugène de Beauharnais, who proved to be one of Napoleon's most capable and loyal subordinates. The Kingdom of Naples was ruled by Napoleon's brother-in-law, Joachim Murat, who had risen from humble origins through military service to become a king through his marriage and his loyalty to Napoleon. Spain, despite the guerrilla resistance that continued to drain resources, was nominally ruled by Napoleon's brother Joseph, though French control was incomplete and contested by the Spanish people and by the British-supported guerrilla fighters. The Confederation of the Rhine, a collection of German states that had replaced the Holy Roman Empire that had been dissolved during the Napoleonic Wars, consisted of member states that were effectively satellites of France, ruled by princes who owed their positions to Napoleon and were dependent on his support for their continued authority and their continued possession of their thrones. Holland, Belgium, and the areas of Germany west of the Rhine were either directly incorporated into France as integral parts of the French state, or placed under the control of French governors and administrators who reported directly to Paris. The Duchy of Warsaw, a Polish state that had been created from the territories taken from Russia during the wars, was under French influence and protection, serving as a buffer between France and Russia. Switzerland was effectively under French control, its independence nominal rather than real. Italy was divided between French-controlled territories and satellite kingdoms, with French armies of occupation ensuring compliance with French wishes. Even in those territories that nominally remained independent, such as Prussia and Austria, French influence was enormous, and French military might was a constant threat that prevented these powers from challenging French dominance or pursuing independent policies that contradicted French interests. The entire continental system was oriented toward the preservation of French power and the subordination of other European nations to French interests. French administrators, judges, military officers, and bureaucrats were spread throughout the empire, imposing French law, French institutions, and French culture on the populations they governed. The Napoleonic Code was the legal system throughout the empire, standardizing legal procedures and establishing principles of equality before the law that in some ways represented progress over the feudal and medieval legal systems they replaced. French was the language of administration and government, even in territories where most of the population spoke different languages such as German, Italian, Spanish, Polish, or Dutch. Local languages were relegated to spoken use, while French was the official language of government, the courts, and the army. French manners and French culture were presented as superior to the local traditions and customs of the subject peoples. The arts, literature, and philosophy of France were celebrated as the models to be emulated. For some educated Europeans, particularly in Italy and Western Germany, French rule represented progress and enlightenment, the triumph of rational modern institutions over the archaic traditions of the old regime. They appreciated the legal reforms, the abolition of feudalism, the career opportunities offered by service in the French army and administration. But for most of the population, particularly in Spain, Poland, the Netherlands, and the territories of Central and Evil Race, a stern Europe, French rule represented foreign domination and the suppression of local traditions and national identity. They resented the imposition of French language and French culture. They resented the taxes that were extracted to support French military campaigns. They resented the conscription that took their sons to fight in distant wars for French glory. They resented the displacement of their own nobles and clergy by French appointees. Resentments accumulated beneath the surface of French control, resentments that would eventually erupt into open resistance when French power began to decline or when an opportunity presented itself for revolt. During these years from 1807 to 1811, Napoleon worked to integrate his empire more thoroughly and to establish institutions that would bind the various territories together under French leadership and ensure its permanence. He created a system of nobility based on service and achievement, establishing titles and ranks that rewarded military commanders, civil administrators, and others who served his regime with distinction. He granted titles of prince, duke, count, and baron to his loyal followers, creating a new aristocracy that owed its position entirely to him and had no roots in the old feudal nobility that had dominated the ancien regime. This new nobility served Napoleon's purposes perfectly because they understood that their position was dependent entirely on his favor and his continued power. They could not retire to their estates and claim independence from the government, as the old nobles had done. They remained active in government and military service because their status and their income depended on continued service and continued loyalty to Napoleon. He established the Legion of Honor as a symbol of achievement and service, creating a system of recognition that motivated loyalty and hard work among both military officers and civilian officials. Members of the Legion wore distinctive uniforms and decorations that identified them as honored servants of the Empire and of Napoleon. The honor of membership in the Legion motivated men to serve with distinction and to remain loyal to the system that had granted them recognition. He appointed members of his family to positions of great authority throughout the empire, making his relatives kings and rulers of satellite states, and ensuring that the empire remained under the control of people who had personal loyalty to him, and who could not betray him without betraying their own interests and their own families. His brothers and sisters ruled kingdoms and territories. His relatives occupied positions of honor and authority. The empire was, in effect, a family enterprise, with Napoleon at the center and his family members spread throughout the hierarchy of power. He introduced French law, French administrative procedures, and French educational institutions throughout the territories under his control, attempting to create a unified system that would eventually erase local distinctions and create a genuinely unified European empire under French dominance. The Napoleonic Code, with its emphasis on equality before the law and its elimination of feudal privileges, represented a genuine advance in legal rationality and fairness compared to the patchwork of medieval laws and privileges that had preceded it. But the code also served Napoleon's purposes by centralizing legal authority in the hands of the French government and eliminating the independent authority of local nobles and clergy. He established universities and academies to train a new generation of administrators and officers who would be educated in French culture and loyal to the Napoleonic system. These institutions served as powerful tools of cultural integration, transforming the sons of conquered peoples into Frenchmen who thought in French and accepted French values and French superiority. He encouraged trade and economic development throughout the empire, constructing roads, canals, and bridges to facilitate commerce and communication. These infrastructure improvements, while genuinely beneficial to economic development, also served the military purposes of allowing French armies to move more rapidly through the empire and allowing the exploitation of resources throughout the conquered territories. He reformed local industries and promoted the development of manufactures and trade in accordance with the principles of the continental system, attempting to create an economically self-sufficient European bloc that would not depend on British trade and would be forced to purchase French manufactures and products. Yet despite these efforts at integration and unification, despite the genuine achievements in legal reform and administrative modernization, the empire remained fundamentally held together by military force and the personal authority of Napoleon. The moment that his military power was seriously challenged, the moment that his ability to enforce his will was questioned or diminished, the empire would begin to crack and fragment. The various territories and satellite states would pursue their own interests rather than subordinate themselves to French interests. The local populations would rise up and assert their national identities, particularly in those areas where resentment of French domination had been building for years. The administrators and military officers who remained loyal only because of French military superiority would begin to defect to the rising powers that challenged French dominance, calculating that continued loyalty to Napoleon was less advantageous than joining the rising coalition of powers opposed to French rule. The empire that Napoleon had built, for all its apparent solidity and strength, was fundamentally fragile and dependent entirely on continued French military success and continued submission of the subjected peoples. It was an empire held together by the will of one man and by military force. It was not organically unified through the ties of kinship, religion, or shared history. It had not grown slowly through centuries of gradual integration, as many other states had done. It had been created rapidly through conquest and military victory, and it would prove to be as fragile as it was magnificent. By 1811, after 4 years of warfare in Spain that had failed to achieve decisive victory, with a commitment of hundreds of thousands of troops to the Peninsular War that produced no clear results, Napoleon found himself managing an empire that was showing signs of strain beneath its magnificent surface. The continental system was failing to achieve its objective of forcing Britain into submission. British merchants had found alternative sources of supply and alternative markets, particularly in South America, and the British economy remained strong and resilient despite the French blockade. British naval dominance prevented France from interfering with British trade outside of Europe. Russian Tsar Alexander I was becoming increasingly resentful of the restrictions imposed on Russian trade, and increasingly concerned about French expansion toward Russian territory and Russian interests. Relations between France and Russia, which had been formalized in the Treaty of Tilsit, were deteriorating as Russian interests diverged from French interests. The restrictions of the continental system, which prevented Russia from trading with Britain and forced Russia to purchase expensive French goods instead of cheaper British imports, created economic hardship in Russia and political pressure on Alexander to abandon the alliance with France. Other European powers, particularly Austria, were recovering their military strength and confidence and were beginning to look for opportunities to challenge French dominance and regain the territories and power they had lost in previous wars. In France itself, the nobility that had been displaced by the revolution and by Napoleon's rise to power were beginning to emerge from the shadows and to organize quiet resistance to the imperial system. The French economy, strained by years of warfare and by the costs of maintaining the vast bureaucracy and military machine of the empire, with its hundreds of thousands of soldiers, its countless administrators, and its extensive infrastructure projects, was beginning to show signs of stress and strain. The initial enthusiasm for Napoleon among the French people, based on military victories and the establishment of order and stability, was beginning to fade as the costs of the empire became increasingly apparent and as the wars continued without clear conclusion or end in sight. Yet at this moment, as the strains and contradictions within the empire were beginning to become apparent, Napoleon appeared to be at the height of his confidence. He had proven his ability to defeat every enemy and overcome every obstacle that had been placed before him. He had established an empire that stretched across much of Europe, from the Atlantic to the borders of Russia and the Ottoman Empire. He had created a dynasty with a son and heir, the King of Rome, who would continue his rule and perpetuate his achievements for generations to come. He had spread French culture and institutions throughout his dominions, creating a unified administrative system and a unified legal system. He had reorganized Europe according to his vision of rational government and modern administration, eliminating feudalism, abolishing the Holy Roman Empire, and creating new political structures based on principles of efficiency and rational organization. To many observers, both supporters and opponents, it seemed as though his power was absolute and unquestionable, that nothing could stand against him, that the world itself had bent to his will and would remain bent to his will for the foreseeable future. The future appeared to belong entirely to France and to Napoleon personally. The combination of his military genius, his political skill, his administrative ability, and his almost superhuman willpower seemed to guarantee that his empire would endure and flourish. The great powers of Europe, despite their misgivings, seemed incapable of challenging French dominance. The subjected peoples, despite their resentments, seemed powerless to resist French military might. Napoleon stood alone, a figure unique in history, a man who had risen from obscurity to master of Europe, who had combined the ideals of the revolution with the grandeur of empire, who had demonstrated that human will and human genius could reshape the world and remake civilization according to a vision of rational order and rational progress. In 1811, at the zenith of his power, with his empire at its greatest extent and his authority apparently supreme, Napoleon embodied human ambition in its most extreme and most magnificent form. He had achieved what most men could only dream of achieving. He had become, quite literally, the master of Europe, the supreme authority from which all other authority flowed, the central figure around which the entire political and military structure of continental Europe revolved.
In the second part of this episode, we focus on the fall of Napoleon's empire. You know the name Napoleon Bonaparte. You've heard the tales of his genius, his incredible rise from modest beginnings to master of the continent. You've probably learned about his early campaigns in Italy, the way he rescued the French Republic from chaos, his command of armies that seemed to operate with an almost supernatural precision. But that's a story for another night, a story about ascent and triumph, and the emergence of a military genius from obscurity. What we're doing here is something different, something that requires patience and a willingness to sit with complexity and nuance. We're stepping into the empire at its absolute peak, at the moment when Napoleon seemed untouchable, when his genius appeared limitless, and the whole of Europe bent before him in either alliance or submission. We're going to witness that peak, understand what it felt like to be at the height of power, to control so much territory and so many resources that the future seemed preordained. And then we're going to watch it all come apart. not dramatically in a single moment, not in one catastrophic battle, but through a series of decisions, miscalculations, and unforeseen consequences that would reshape the world and rewrite the map of Europe. This is the story of how power became overreach, how invincibility became myth, and how an empire built entirely on the sword eventually fell by it. This is a story about limits, about the point where genius stops being enough, where resources become stretched beyond recovery, where even the greatest will cannot bend reality to its design. So settle in, get comfortable, maybe dim the lights a little, grab something warm to drink if you'd like. We're going to move slowly through this, piece by piece, understanding not just what happened, but why it happened and what it meant for the man at the center of it all. This won't be a quick summary or a glossed overview. We're going to sit with the details, the decisions, the moments when history pivoted on choices that seemed reasonable at the time, but contained within them the seeds of destruction. We're going to understand the strategies that seemed brilliant from the perspective of military genius, but contained fundamental flaws in their assumptions. By the time we're done, you'll understand that Napoleon's fall wasn't a surprise to anyone paying close attention, wasn't an inevitable tragedy struck down by fate, but rather the direct result of systemic problems that were visible to those who chose to see them. The seeds of his collapse were planted long before the cannon stopped firing. They were sown into his own ambitions, his own refusal to accept limits on his power, his own belief that will and genius could overcome geography, resources, and the simple fact that people, when pushed too far, will resist. This is the story of imperial overreach in its purest form. A man who had conquered so much that he forgot there were things that couldn't be conquered, that no amount of military brilliance could subdue. A system so vast that it became impossible to maintain, that required perfect execution at every level and perfect loyalty from everyone involved. An empire so spread thin across the continent that every victory cost more than it gained, that consumed resources faster than they could be replaced. We'll see how the very tools that built his empire became the instruments of its destruction. Let's begin where the empire stood tallest, before the cracks showed, before anyone could imagine the fall was possible. By 1807, Napoleon had achieved something that seemed almost impossible. Something that would have been dismissed as fantasy just 20 years earlier. He controlled or dominated an empire that stretched from the Atlantic coast of France all the way east to the river Elbe, then down through Italy in the south and across to the Dalmatian coast. He had defeated the Austrians repeatedly in campaigns that dismantled their power in Central Europe. He had crushed the Prussians in battles so decisive and so swift that their kingdom was nearly erased from the map entirely, their territory partitioned and reduced to second-rate power status. He had forced the Russians to negotiate from positions of weakness, to accept terms that served his interests rather than theirs. In November of 1806, he had conquered or allied with every major power on the European continent. By 1810, his direct control extended over territory that included France proper, Belgium, the Rhineland, northern Italy, the Papal States, and numerous other regions. Through alliance and domination, he controlled a sphere of influence that encompassed almost all of continental Europe. The victories came so quickly and so completely that it created an aura around Napoleon that seemed almost superhuman, almost as though he possessed some military sixth sense that his enemies lacked. He was the man who could not be defeated. His military genius was the stuff of legend, whispered about in camps and courts across Europe. Soldiers followed him across continents and into battle because they believed in him, because his track record seemed to guarantee victory. And to be fair, if you looked at the record carefully, his record did seem to support that belief. He had never really lost a major battle, had never suffered the kind of catastrophic defeat that would end a career. His tactics were revolutionary for their time. His understanding of movement, of logistics, of how to concentrate force at the decisive point, surpassed anything his enemies could throw at him. The rapid succession of victories created something dangerous, though, something that would eventually prove far more destructive than any enemy army. It created a sense of invincibility, not just among the soldiers but in Napoleon himself. He began to believe that his will could overcome any obstacle, that genius could substitute for resources, that the system he had built could sustain itself indefinitely through continued victory and the momentum of conquest. By 1810, at the height of his power, Napoleon's position appeared unshakable to anyone observing the continent. Europe seemed destined to remain under French hegemony for generations to come, perhaps forever. The empire included not just the territories he directly controlled, but satellite kingdoms run by his family and allies. His brother Joseph ruled Spain, his brother Louis ruled Holland, his brother-in-law Joachim Murat ruled Naples. His childhood friend and trusted general Michel Ney received vast territories. Even the German states along the North Sea were under his thumb, either directly incorporated into France or left as puppet kingdoms that danced to his tune and bowed to his dictates. He had even taken territory from the Pope himself, annexing the Papal States, and humiliated the church that had crowned him emperor years before. It seemed like nothing could stop him, that the momentum of French conquest was unstoppable. He had more soldiers than anyone else in Europe, hundreds of thousands of them ready to fight. He had the loyalty of his marshals, the best generals Europe had produced. He had the resources of a continent behind him, all flowing toward Paris and the military machine. What could possibly go wrong? The answer was hidden in the very nature of the empire itself, in the foundation upon which everything was built. It was built on constant victory. It depended on continued conquest to justify its existence and maintain the loyalty of those within it. Every moment that Napoleon stopped expanding, the cracks began to show. Every pause, every moment of consolidation rather than conquest, allowed problems to fester beneath the surface and grow more serious. And the problems were everywhere, hidden at first by military success and by the aura of invincibility, but growing more serious with each passing year. Who was Napoleon Bonaparte really? That's a harder question than it seems. One that historians have debated for centuries. Yes, he was a military genius, perhaps the greatest military mind Europe had seen in a century, perhaps in several centuries. Yes, he was an organizational innovator who created systems of governance and law that would outlive his empire by centuries. The Napoleonic Code, his comprehensive system of law, spread across Europe and influenced how societies were organized for decades and decades after he was gone. It modernized France, eliminated feudalism, and created a basis for civil rights that endured. He was a meritocrat in an age of aristocracy, promoting soldiers and administrators based on ability and merit rather than birth or family connection. A radical idea at the time when most societies operated on noble privilege. He was capable of tremendous charm when he wanted to be, and reports from those who met him describe a man of compelling presence and extraordinary intelligence. Someone who could focus completely on a conversation and make you feel like the most important person in the world. His memory was prodigious. He could recall facts and figures. He could work for hours on end without rest. He was tireless in pursuit of his goals, but he was also arrogant, deeply, profoundly arrogant in a way that would eventually cloud his judgment and blind him to reality. He believed that his will could overcome any obstacle, that pure determination and genius were all that mattered in determining outcomes. He believed that genius could substitute for resources, that a brilliant plan could overcome numerical disadvantages. He believed that peoples conquered by France would eventually come to see the benefits of French rule and would accept it willingly, that time would transform conquered enemies into loyal subjects. He was often contemptuous of advice from those around him, convinced that he understood situations better than generals with years of field experience. He was a gambler with other people's lives, willing to take enormous risks with his armies because he believed his luck would hold and his genius would see him through. And he had some of the worst political instincts imaginable. He would make decisions that seemed brilliant from a military standpoint, but created political catastrophes that weakened his position throughout Europe. He would provoke enemies who had no reason to fight him, enemies that had been neutral or afraid. He would push allies away through demands that were simply too much to bear, too harsh, too demanding for what he was offering in return. The man was fascinating, brilliant in some ways, absolutely blind in others. He believed that the world operated according to his rules, because, so far, he had been strong enough to enforce those rules everywhere. What he didn't understand, what he couldn't seem to grasp even when evidence mounted, was that eventually, inevitably, the world pushes back. Eventually, an empire built entirely on the military genius of one man runs into the limits of that genius. Eventually, the resources run out. Eventually, the people you've conquered find ways to resist. And eventually, everyone else in the world realizes they have more to gain by standing together against you than by standing alone. In November of 1806, Napoleon issued what he called the Berlin Decree. It was an economic weapon, a blockade of the entire British Empire, designed to strangle their economy into submission and force them to accept his terms. Britain was, in Napoleon's eyes, his greatest enemy, the one power that seemed beyond his reach militarily. They controlled the seas with their navy, which meant they could attack French colonies across the globe and disrupt French trade routes. They had the resources to fund coalitions against him, to pay other nations to fight when their own armies were defeated. They were a constant thorn in his side, a power that refused to be conquered through traditional military means. So Napoleon decided to solve the problem economically through a strategy that seemed elegant and revolutionary. He would deny Britain access to trade with all of continental Europe. No British goods would be sold anywhere on the continent. No European goods would be exported to Britain. Trade with Britain would be forbidden, enforced, and punishable. He called it the Continental System, and it was meant to be revolutionary in its scope and ambition. By cutting Britain off from European trade, Napoleon believed he could paralyze their economy, that without access to continental markets, their wealth would dry up and their credit would disappear. He referred to Britain as a nation of shopkeepers, using it as an insult, and he believed that economic pressure would cause their society to collapse into chaos and social revolution. What could be more elegant than achieving victory without fighting? He wouldn't need to invade Britain, wouldn't need to defeat them militarily in a grand invasion. He would just starve them economically until they sued for peace on his terms, until they had no choice but to submit. It was a brilliant strategy in theory, absolutely brilliant in concept. In practice, it had one fatal flaw that undermined everything. It depended entirely on the willingness of every single nation in Europe to comply, on perfect enforcement across dozens of different states and kingdoms. One breach, one nation willing to trade with Britain despite the blockade, and the entire system fell apart, and there were lots of breaches. Napoleon couldn't control everyone, couldn't monitor every port and every trading post along thousands of miles of coastline. His own marshals, the generals he trusted most, engaged in smuggling for profit. Marshal Massena, one of his finest generals, made millions in personal profit smuggling goods while stationed in Italy, trafficking in contraband that violated the continental system, but enriched him personally. Marshal Murat, who had been given the crown of Naples as a gift from his brother-in-law, regularly turned a blind eye to smuggling operations in his kingdom because he understood that the blockade was destroying his people economically and driving them toward rebellion. Even worse, his own brother, Louis Bonaparte, who had been made King of Holland in 1806, eventually stopped enforcing the blockade altogether. He watched his Dutch subjects suffer economically, watched their merchants ruined and their commerce destroyed, watched the prosperity of his kingdom decline under the weight of the restrictions, and he decided his loyalty to his brother's grand scheme wasn't worth seeing. His kingdom destroyed and impoverished. The continental system was supposed to be the economic lever that would give Napoleon control of the entire continent, the means to rule through commerce and restriction rather than conquest and force. Instead, it became a symbol of his inability to control even those closest to him, even his own family members. It created resentment across Europe. It created economic hardship that spread from merchants to workers to farmers to ordinary people. And it created smuggling networks that actually benefited British trade while punishing ordinary Europeans who lost their livelihoods. By 1810, the system was failing visibly, and everyone who needed to understand its failure knew it. Everyone except perhaps Napoleon himself. The cracks were beginning to show even as Napoleon stood at the height of his power. The empire he had built was vast, but it was fragile in ways that were becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. The continental system was one crack, Spain was another, and beneath the surface, in the governments he had established and in the conquered territories, resentment was building. Russia had accepted the continental system reluctantly in 1807, but only after being beaten militarily and forced to negotiate from a position of weakness, from a place where resistance seemed impossible. The Russians had never liked the blockade, had resented it from the beginning. It harmed their economy, directly and immediately. It cut them off from trade relationships they had developed over centuries with Europe, a please speaker, and the rest of the world. The Russian nobles and merchants wanted to trade with Europe, wanted access to the goods and markets they had always known. And after watching the system fail to actually damage Britain significantly while doing tremendous damage to Russia, while seeing their own economy suffer while Britain continued to trade through smuggling and through neutral nations, they decided enough was enough. In 1810, they began openly reopening trade with Britain. They were defying Napoleon's continental system, openly challenging it, and there was nothing he could do about it militarily from where he sat in Paris. This created a choice for Napoleon, a moment where a careful strategist might have reconsidered his entire approach. He could accept Russian defiance and watch the system collapse further, watching his grand design fall apart piece by piece. Or he could do something about it, could take action to restore compliance. The choice he made would change everything, would set in motion the events that would destroy his empire and reshape Europe. He decided to invade Russia. He would force the Russian Empire back into compliance. He would bring their Tsar to heel. He would demonstrate that no one defied Napoleon Bonaparte and suffered the consequences without paying a terrible price. It was the decision of a man who had won so many times that he believed he could win always, that his luck was endless. It was the decision of someone who saw military force as the answer to every problem, who believed that no challenge existed that could not be overcome through superior force and superior genius. It was, quite possibly, the greatest strategic miscalculation in military history. The goals he was trying to achieve weren't important enough to justify the campaign, the scale of the enterprise. He was invading a vast country with a powerful army in climates and conditions that played to none of his advantages, for objectives that could have been achieved through other means. But he had made the decision, and he never reconsidered it. The invasion would launch in June of 1812, and by that point, the structure that would bring down his entire empire was already in motion, already grinding toward collapse. The year 1808 brought something else into Napoleon's life, something that would haunt him and consume resources for years to come. Spain. It began as what should have been a routine matter, a simple operation that would take a few months at most. The Spanish throne was contested. There was civil unrest in the kingdom, conflicts between rival factions. Napoleon saw an opportunity to install a puppet ruler loyal to him and secure the Iberian Peninsula under French control, adding it to his empire. His brother Joseph would be made King of Spain. French troops would secure the kingdom and suppress any remaining resistance. It would take perhaps a year, maybe 2 at most. It was the kind of operation Napoleon had done countless times before, had perfected over his years of conquest. He had installed rulers in Italy. He had created the Grand Duchy of Warsaw. He had reshaped the entire political structure of Europe according to his will. Spain should be simple. What he failed to understand was that the Spanish people had other ideas, different plans, and the will to implement them. They didn't want a French king imposed on them from above. They didn't want French occupation. They didn't want to be part of Napoleon's empire, didn't want to be part of his system of satellite states ruled by his relatives. And they were willing to fight for that conviction, willing to die for it. The Spanish people rose up in what they called the Spanish Independence War. a desperate struggle against the occupation. In July of 1808, at a small town called Bailén, something happened that should have served as a warning to Napoleon, a sign that his system had fundamental weaknesses. A French army was defeated, not defeated slightly, not pushed back by superior numbers, but defeated badly. 19,000 French soldiers surrendered to a Spanish force under General Francisco Castaños. For the first time since 1801, a major French force had been forced to capitulate, to lay down air arms, and accept capture. The myth of French invincibility was broken, shattered like glass. Europe watched and took notice. If the French could be defeated in Spain, perhaps they could be defeated elsewhere. Perhaps the unbeatable emperor was not so unbeatable, after all. Perhaps his grand system had vulnerabilities that could be exploited. It was a psychological earthquake that rippled across the continent, sending tremors of hope to nations that had been conquered or subjugated. And it was just the beginning of what would become the most destructive and draining conflict of Napoleon's entire reign. The Spanish didn't stop fighting after Bailén. They organized resistance across the kingdom. Guerrilla fighters emerged from the mountains and the villages, armed with whatever weapons they could find or manufacture. Entire regions rose up in armed rebellion against French occupation. Local leaders coordinated resistance. The Catholic Church encouraged defiance of the French, and Napoleon, who believed in conventional warfare, who believed that controlling cities and defeating armies in the field was what mattered, found himself fighting an enemy he couldn't see and couldn't decisively defeat. He would pour hundreds of thousands of soldiers into Spain over the next 6 years, and they would be consumed by a conflict that seemed to have no end, that seemed to get worse rather than better. It would become what he himself called the Spanish ulcer, a wound that never healed, that only got worse the more you tried to treat it, that drained resources and lives without producing victory. By 1812, when Napoleon was preparing his invasion of Russia, he had over 350,000 soldiers in Spain and Portugal. But here's the crucial part, the statistic that reveals the fundamental problem. Of those 350,000 soldiers, only about 150,000 were actually fighting the enemy directly in active campaigns. The rest were protecting supply lines that stretched across hundreds of miles, guarding fortifications and garrisons, and trying to maintain order in territories that simply refused to be pacified. 200,000 soldiers, fully half of his force, tied down protecting communications, unable to be used in actual combat operations, unable to be moved to fight in other theaters of war. It was a hemorrhage of military resources that should have been obvious to anyone looking at it carefully, that was obvious to military observers across Europe, and it was all because Spain refused to accept French rule. Because the Spanish people, through guerrilla warfare and popular resistance, had tied up more soldiers than Napoleon could afford to lose, more soldiers than he could replace through recruiting or conscription. In August of 1808, a British general named Arthur Wellesley landed in Portugal with 15,000 troops. He would later become famous as the Duke of Wellington, one of Napoleon's most formidable opponents, and he would prove to be Napoleon's equal, perhaps his superior, in the art of warfare and military strategy. Wellesley understood terrain in a way that Napoleon sometimes overlooked in his grand strategic thinking. He understood defensive positions and how to make them nearly impregnable to enemy assault. He understood how to build a defensive line that couldn't be broken through frontal assault, how to make the enemy bleed for every inch of ground. And he understood that Napoleon's style of warfare, based on rapid movement and concentration of force at the decisive point, didn't work as well in the rugged terrain of the Iberian Peninsula, where mountains broke armies into fragments. Wellesley managed to do something that had seemed impossible before, something no British general had accomplished. He kept a British force on continental Europe for 6 years, fighting Napoleon's armies to a standstill, and eventually driving them from Spain entirely. The Spanish, with British support and leadership, would eventually push the French out of the peninsula through years of fighting, and in doing so, they would demonstrate something that Napoleon needed to understand but refused to accept, something that would have profound implications for the future of warfare. That conquest by force doesn't guarantee control, that armies can be defeated not just on the battlefield in traditional warfare, but through popular resistance, through guerrilla campaigns that target supply lines and attack isolated garrisons, that the people you conquer can make the cost of conquest so high that it no longer makes sense to maintain the occupation. It was a lesson written in blood, a lesson about the limits of military power against determined civilian resistance. And it was a lesson Napoleon refused to learn or apply to his other plans. In 1809, Austria, seeing weakness in the French position, decided to challenge Napoleon again. The Austrians had been defeated before, many times over the past years, but they believed that now, with resources being stretched thin by Spain, and with the army weakened by commitments all across Europe, they might have a chance at redemption and at reclaiming their position as a great power. They had rebuilt their army over the years since their last defeat. They had learned from their mistakes. They had soldiers, and they had hope. The War of the Fifth Coalition, as historians call it, lasted only a few months from April through July. Napoleon defeated the Austrians at the Battle of Wagram in July of 1809, a brutal battle fought across open terrain, where Napoleon could use his superior numbers and his understanding of concentration of force. It was a victory, but it was not the kind of overwhelming victory that Napoleon had become accustomed to, not the kind of crushing defeat that left enemies broken and unable to resist for a generation. It was close. It was costly. He had to commit more of his reserves than he wanted. Casualties were high on both sides, and afterward, Austria sued for peace, but they did so knowing that they had inflicted real damage on the French army, that they had made Napoleon bleed. More importantly, it demonstrated that Napoleon's enemies were no longer frightened of him, no longer paralyzed by fear of defeat at the mere thought of opposing him. They were willing to fight again. They believed that the myth of his invincibility was fading, and they were right. The cracks were showing. The empire that had seemed so solid was beginning to crumble at the edges. The 1809 campaign against Austria was the last time Napoleon would win a significant victory in Europe, the last time he would achieve the kind of decisive triumph that had marked his earlier campaigns. From that point forward, every major battle would either be a defeat or a hollow victory that achieved nothing strategically. The tide was turning. The empire was reaching its limits. The system that had sustained French dominance was breaking down under its own weight. By 1810, Napoleon's position, while still powerful on the map, had become fragile in ways that mattered. The continental system was failing, as we've seen. Spain was consuming more and more resources without producing results. The satellite states he had created were becoming restless, no longer satisfied with the arrangement. His alliances were strained and weakening. Russia was openly defying him. The United States was growing restless about the trade restrictions. Sweden, supposedly his ally through the Bernadotte family connection, was showing signs of independence. The old nobility that he had pushed aside in France was beginning to whisper and plot. The military victories that had sustained his legitimacy were becoming rarer. The next 5 years would be a story of that slow, inexorable decline, of watching an empire built on conquest and military genius run into the limits of what even genius could sustain. The next part of our story will take us into those dark years, into the Russian invasion and its catastrophic consequences, into the wars of the Sixth Coalition and the final collapse of French dominance. But for now, understand this fundamental truth. The seeds of the fall were planted in the soil of ambition, watered by the arrogance that comes from continuous victory, and were ready to sprout by 1810. The empire stood at a crossroads. One path led to consolidation, to acceptance of limits, to the construction of a sustainable system. The other led to overreach, to the attempt to secure everything, to the invasion of Russia and all that followed. And Napoleon, being the man who had conquered through force and genius, chose the path that led to his destruction. In 1810, Napoleon made a decision that seemed purely practical, but carried within it enormous psychological and political weight. His marriage to Josephine, the woman who had stood by him through the French Revolution, through the military campaigns that built his power, through the struggles to consolidate control of France itself, was a marriage of genuine affection. He loved her. By all accounts, she was the one person he truly loved. Josephine had married him when he was just a young officer with no fortune and no prospects, when his family was looked down upon as minor Corsican nobility with little status or wealth. She had stood by him through his rise to power, through the chaos of the Revolutionary Wars, through the years of military campaigns and political struggles. She had given him companionship and partnership through all of it. She understood him in ways that no one else could. She had loved him as a person, not just as the rising star or the emperor or the powerful ruler. She was his anchor to humanity, but Josephine could not give him what he now believed he needed most of all. She was past childbearing age, a woman in her late 40s, a woman who had already lived a full life and produced children from her previous marriage. She could not give him an heir to the throne, a son who would inherit the empire and guarantee its continuation into the next generation. And that was something Napoleon believed he needed above all else. He needed to ensure that the empire he had built would not collapse the moment he died, that someone would inherit his work and continue it. He needed to secure the future of his dynasty. So in December 1809, he announced his intention to divorce her. He divorced the woman he loved because the demands of empire were greater than the demands of the heart. The divorce was performed with cold legal precision, with both parties understanding the necessity of the action even as both of them grieved. He married instead Marie-Louise of Austria, a young Austrian princess just 18 years old. a marriage of pure political convenience designed to cement relations with Austria, to tie the Austrian state more closely to France, and to produce an heir. The marriage did produce a son, whom Napoleon called the King of Rome, and who would eventually become known as Napoleon II. But the cost of the marriage was high. It meant that Josephine, grieving and betrayed despite understanding the logic behind his decision, would spend her final years in a state of sorrow. It meant that the one person in Napoleon's life who might have offered him counsel that didn't simply agree with whatever he wanted to do, the one person who loved him as a man rather than as an emperor, was gone from his inner circle. The marriage to Marie-Louise tied Napoleon more closely to the Austrian state, but it also bound him to Austria's interests, and it complicated his relationships with the Russian nobility, the very people whose Tsar he was about to invade. The continental system, as we saw, was failing by 1810. But Napoleon didn't simply accept its failure and move on to something else. Instead, he doubled down. He tightened it, attempted to enforce it more rigidly, to close the loopholes that were allowing trade to continue. He issued new decrees with harsher penalties for violation. He created new enforcement mechanisms and appointed new officials to oversee compliance. He cracked down on smuggling operations, seizing contraband goods, and imprisoning smugglers. He attempted to bring his own marshals and family members into line, to ensure absolute compliance from everyone in his orbit. He seemed unable to comprehend that the system could fail, that his will might not be sufficient to enforce compliance across an entire continent. The result was not that the system worked better. The result was that it created more resentment, more resistance, more active defiance. His brother Louis, King of Holland, was so frustrated by the economic suffering that the blockade was causing in his kingdom that he actually defied Napoleon's orders and opened trade with Britain despite the prohibition. He watched the Dutch economy contract under the weight of the restrictions. He watched Dutch merchants lose their livelihoods and their businesses. He watched the prosperity that Holland had known for centuries begin to disappear, and he decided that his primary loyalty had to be to his subjects, to the kingdom he ruled, not to his brother's continental ambitions. When Napoleon found out, his response was swift and harsh. His response was fury and punishment. He essentially deposed his brother from the throne of Holland and annexed the kingdom directly into France, incorporating it into the empire as conquered territory. Holland ceased to be an independent kingdom and became part of France. It was a harsh response, and it sent a message to everyone around him that compliance was expected, absolute and complete, and that there would be serious consequences for any kind of resistance or defiance. But it also demonstrated something crucial. It showed that even family loyalty had limits when it came to the demands of the continental system. And if even his own brother, a man of noble blood, someone elevated to a throne specifically because of family relationship and given the honor of ruling a kingdom, would defy him rather than watch his kingdom suffer, what could he expect from nations and peoples who felt no family bond with him, who saw him only as a conqueror, only as a foreign ruler imposing his will from a distance? The forced abdication of his brother was a warning, but it was also a sign of desperation. It showed that the continental system was cracking at the foundations, and that even threats and punishment could not shore it up. The Russians watched the Dutch crisis with interest. They had their own problems with the continental system. their own reasons to question whether compliance with Napoleon's grand scheme was actually serving their interests. The Russian nobility, the merchant class, the people who had influence and money and could make decisions about trade and commerce, were all suffering from the blockade. Their traditional trade routes to Europe were closed off by French enforcement. Their traditional markets for Russian goods were inaccessible behind the barrier of the continental system. They could not export grain, timber, furs and other products that formed the basis of Russian wealth. They could not import the manufactured goods that Russia had traditionally purchased from Britain and other Western countries. Smuggling was happening, yes, but it was expensive and risky and never sufficient to replace legitimate commerce. The legitimate trade that should have been flowing was completely blocked, and Russia's relationship with Britain was complicated but important. Britain was not an enemy to Russia the way it was to Napoleon. The Russians saw Britain as a trading partner, a source of manufactured goods and commercial opportunity, a potential ally if things ever came to crisis. The British were not threatening Russian territory or attempting to dominate Russian affairs. They were simply engaged in commerce. In December of 1810, the Russian Tsar, Alexander I, made his own decision about the future of his kingdom and his nation. He would not continue to comply with the continental system indefinitely. He would reopen trade with Britain and other nations. He would allow Russian merchants to trade with whoever they wanted, British merchants included, regardless of what Napoleon's decrees said from Paris. It was a direct act of defiance against Napoleon's grand scheme, a public refusal to accept the continental system any longer. The Russian decision was economically sensible and politically justified, but it was also unmistakably an act of open rebellion against French authority. Russia was declaring its independence from the continental system and its independence from French domination. When Napoleon learned of this, his response was swift and decisive. The Russians had betrayed the alliance that had bound them together since 1807. The Russians had rejected his system, had refused to comply with his orders, had chosen a path that was incompatible with French dominance over Europe, and there was only one thing to be done about it from Napoleon's perspective. They had to be brought back into line. They had to be taught a lesson that no other power would dare to ignore. They had to be forced to understand that defying Napoleon Bonaparte was not something that could be done without consequences. The decision to invade Russia was not made because the continental system was absolutely essential to French victory in the war against Britain, though Napoleon believed it was. It was made because Napoleon could not tolerate defiance, could not accept that his will was not absolute, could not imagine a system where someone else made their own choices independent of his approval and blessing. It was a decision born of pride and arrogance and the belief that military force could solve any problem that genius could overcome. Geography and numbers and climate. The preparations for the invasion began in earnest in 1811, and they were staggering in their scale and ambition. Napoleon understood intuitively that Russia was not like the other enemies he had defeated. It was vast, immensely vast, stretching for thousands of kilometers from the western borders to the Far East. It was sparsely populated in many regions, meaning that cities were far apart and supply lines would be stretched to the breaking point. It had a harsh climate, particularly in winter, when temperatures could drop to levels that would kill unprepared soldiers in hours. It had a large and capable military commanded by experienced generals who had fought against him before and who understood his tactics and his methods. To conquer or subdue Russia, to bring it to heel and force it to accept French dominance, he would need overwhelming force, more overwhelming force perhaps than he had ever assembled before. He would need to ensure that his army was larger than anything he had assembled before, larger than anything that had ever been assembled in the history of warfare. He began calling soldiers from every corner of his empire, from France proper, where conscription was already pushing the limits of what was possible, from Belgium, from the Rhineland, from Italy, from Spain, from everywhere that he could recruit or conscript men. He called on his allied states and satellite kingdoms to contribute soldiers as well. Germans, Austrians, Poles, Italians, Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, and many others began to march toward the assembly points in Prussia and Poland. By the time the invasion was ready to launch, he had assembled a force of over 450,000 combat soldiers, possibly approaching 600,000 when you included supply trains and support personnel, and all the administrative personnel needed to manage such an enormous force. It was an army of continental scale, a force that literally dwarfed any professional military organization that Europe had ever seen. It was a force assembled from every corner of Europe, united only by their service to Napoleon and by their fear of him. The logistics of assembling and feeding such an army was staggering in their complexity. Supply depots had to be established across Poland and East Prussia to ensure that the army could be fed. Bridges had to be constructed or maintained to allow the crossing of rivers. Roads had to be improved and widened to allow the movement of supplies and reinforcements. An enormous administrative structure had to be created to handle the coordination of movement, supply distribution, the replacement of casualties, the maintenance of morale and discipline across hundreds of thousands of soldiers from different nations, speaking different languages. It took months of preparation, months of organization, months of moving pieces into position. The effort consumed resources and attention for more than a year. By the time spring arrived in 1812, Napoleon was ready. His army was positioned. His supplies were stockpiled. His plans were made. And in June, the moment would come to strike. On June 24, 1812, the Grande Armée crossed the Neman River from the Duchy of Warsaw into Russia, and the invasion began. It was the largest military invasion that Europe had ever seen, the single greatest concentration of military force that had ever been assembled for a single campaign. The soldiers of Napoleon's army crossed the river and entered Russia, knowing that they were about to participate in something historic, something that would be remembered for generations to come, something that would be written about and discussed for centuries. They were confident in their leader and his genius. They had followed him across Europe through countless battles and campaigns. They had seen him emerge victorious from situations that should have been defeats. They believed that their emperor was capable of extraordinary things, that he could accomplish what others could not. The invasion was meant to proceed swiftly, to move rapidly into Russia, to find the Russian army in the field, to defeat it decisively in a pitched battle, and to force the Tsar to negotiate terms and rejoin the continental system. Napoleon believed that the Russians would either surrender quickly or be defeated in battle within a matter of weeks. He expected the campaign to be over by autumn at the latest. He expected to return to Paris victorious before winter arrived. before the harsh Russian winter set in and made further campaigning impossible. He had brought supplies calculated to last 40 days, roughly 6 weeks of provisions, with the assumption that he would be living off the land and off captured Russian supplies by that point. He had made assumptions about the willingness of the Russian people to accept French rule, assumptions based on his experience in other nations where people had eventually accepted French dominance. He had made assumptions about the capacity of the Russian state to resist, believing that a great power could not sustain resistance to the Grande Armée for long. He had made assumptions about the effectiveness of Russian armies in battle, believing that they would be defeated decisively when engaged. He had made assumptions about the climate and the terrain and the length of the supply lines, assumptions that would prove to be catastrophically wrong. He believed that time was working in his favor, that the longer the campaign went on, the more resources he could extract from the Russian lands themselves. He believed that his army could sustain itself in a hostile land through a combination of discipline, organization, and living off what the locals had to eat. All of these assumptions were reasonable in theory, based on his experience in other campaigns in other parts of Europe. They were all wrong. The march into Russia began well enough. The Grande Armée advanced swiftly, covering ground at a pace that would have been considered rapid in almost any other circumstance. The army of over 400,000 men pushed eastward toward the center of Russia, seeking the main Russian army and trying to bring it to battle. They moved through the conquered territories of Poland and into Russian proper, advancing mile by mile into territory that was increasingly unfamiliar and inhospitable. But the Russians refused to cooperate with Napoleon's plan. Instead of standing and fighting, instead of allowing themselves to be trapped and annihilated in a grand pitched battle, the Russians withdrew. General Mikhail Kutuzov, the Russian commander who had been appointed to replace earlier generals, ordered a fighting retreat. The Russian strategy was patient and calculating. The Russian army would engage the French in minor battles and skirmishes, would slow their advance, would inflict casualties, but would not commit to a large-scale engagement where the larger French army might achieve the complete victory it sought. The Russians understood that their strength lay in space and time, in the vastness of Russian territory and the approach of winter. The Russians burned villages and towns as they retreated. They destroyed crops and livestock and anything else that the French army might use for supplies. They implemented what is called a scorched earth policy, making certain that the French would find nothing of value in the territory they conquered, that every step forward would be more expensive and more destructive than the last. French soldiers found empty granaries, burned out barns, and devastated countryside with no food or supplies to be looted. And as the Grande Armée advanced deeper into Russia, as the distance from the western border grew, as the supply lines stretched longer and longer, the cracks in Napoleon's plans began to show. Food became scarce. Horses died of starvation or exhaustion or disease at a rate that would soon become catastrophic. Soldiers began to suffer from hunger and cold and the exhaustion of marching for weeks on end without adequate rest or proper nutrition. The desertion rate increased as men began to realize that they were marching into a vast unknown, that the quick victory that had been promised seemed increasingly unlikely, that survival itself was becoming doubtful. The Grande Armée, which had crossed the Neman River as 450,000 strong, began to hemorrhage men, losing them to hunger, disease, exhaustion, combat, and deliberate desertion at a rate that Napoleon could not replace through any means available to him. By the time the army reached Moscow, roughly 4 months into the campaign, the original force had been reduced by nearly half to roughly 200,000 soldiers. The army that had begun with overwhelming numerical superiority was shrinking with every day, every week, every mile forward. The Grande Armée was destroying itself. In early September, the Grande Armée finally brought the Russian army to battle. The Battle of Borodino, fought on September 7, 1812, was the largest single engagement of the entire campaign. Both sides committed enormous forces, more than 250,000 soldiers engaged in the fighting. The battle lasted all day and into the evening, with repeated assaults by the French attempting to break through the Russian defensive positions and surrounding fortifications, and determined resistance by the Russians defending their position with rifles and bayonets and cannon fire. The fighting was brutal and costly in ways that would become familiar in later centuries of warfare. Both sides suffered enormous casualties, tens of thousands of men killed and wounded in a single day of combat. The ground was covered with bodies by the end of the day. The screams of the wounded echoed across the fields where they had fought. By the end of the battle, the field belonged to the French, and they had technically won the victory. They held the ground at the end of the day, but it was a victory without strategic purpose. The Russian army, though battered and bloodied, had not been destroyed. Kutuzov had preserved his force, had prevented the kind of total annihilation that Napoleon needed to achieve his objectives. He had kept the Russian army intact and capable of continuing the war. Napoleon could celebrate the victory, could claim victory in reports and proclamations, but he could not celebrate the achievement of his goal, because his goal was not simply to win a battle, it was to destroy the Russian army and force Russia to surrender unconditionally. The Battle of Borodino showed that he could not do it through military force alone, that even with superior numbers and superior tactics against a determined enemy led by a capable commander, he could not achieve the total victory that he needed. The cost in casualties also meant that the Grande Armée was further weakened. Men that could not be replaced had been killed or wounded. Equipment had been damaged or lost. The army was more exhausted than before, had suffered more losses, had lost more of its strength. And the Russian army, though it had taken enormous casualties, was still fighting, still defending Russian soil, still ready to continue the war. But despite the cost and the doubts that must have begun to creep into the minds of his generals, the exhaustion visible on the faces of the soldiers, Napoleon pressed forward. Moscow was ahead, only a short distance away. The Tsar had not sued for peace. The Russian army had not surrendered. The only thing left to do was to continue the advance, to capture Moscow, to occupy the Russian capital, and to demonstrate that he had conquered Russia, that his power extended even to the very heart of the Russian state. Perhaps, he thought, once Moscow fell, once the Russians saw that their capital was in French hands, they would finally agree to negotiate. Perhaps the capture of Moscow would be the psychological blow that would break Russian resistance and end the war. Perhaps the Tsar would understand the situation as hopeless and would come to terms. Perhaps. It was a thin hope, but it was all he had left. He could not retreat now. That would be an admission of failure, and he could not admit failure. He could not acknowledge that his plan had been wrong, that invading Russia had been a mistake. that he should have accepted Russian defiance of the continental system without trying to crush it through military force. No, he had committed to this campaign, and he would see it through. On September 14th, after 2 months of fighting and marching and struggling across the Russian landscape, the Grande Armée entered Moscow. Napoleon was expecting to find a conquered city, perhaps damaged by battle, but still standing, still containing supplies and resources that his exhausted army desperately needed. What he found instead was a city that had been almost completely evacuated. The Russians, understanding that they could not hold Moscow against the French army, had ordered the population to leave. About 260,000 people, nearly the entire population of the city, had fled before the advancing French. Some went east, deeper into Russia. Some scattered to the countryside. Only about 10,000 people remained, mostly wounded soldiers who could not be moved and people too poor or too stubborn to abandon their homes and livelihoods. And the city itself had been set on fire. The Russians, understanding that if they could not keep Moscow, they would deny it to Napoleon, had implemented the scorched earth policy on a massive scale. They had burned Moscow deliberately and systematically. By the time the French entered, about 3/4 of the buildings in the city were either burning or had already burned to the ground. Only about 2,000 buildings remained standing out of the many thousands that had existed before. The ancient Russian capital, one of the great cities of Europe, the symbol of Russian power and Russian history, was now a burned-out ruin. The sight must have been shocking to Napoleon, shocking to his generals, shocking to his soldiers. They had expected to conquer a city and find resources to sustain them. Instead, they found ashes and emptiness and fire. Napoleon had achieved his objective technically. He had captured Moscow. His army occupied the ruins of the Russian capital. He could claim victory. But it was a hollow victory, a victory without meaning or consequence. The Tsar was not in Moscow waiting to negotiate. The Russian government had fled further east, to St. Petersburg or beyond. The Russian army was still intact and still fighting, not broken or destroyed. There were no supplies to be found in a burned-out city. There was no food, no shelter beyond the damaged buildings that remained standing, buildings that were damaged and destroyed and could not provide adequate protection from the weather. The winter was approaching, and Napoleon's army would have to occupy an empty, ruined city as the weather grew colder and colder. He waited in Moscow for a month, hoping that the Tsar would see the situation as hopeless and negotiate, that the surrender of the capital would be enough to bring Russia to terms. But the Tsar refused. He would not negotiate with an invader. He would not accept Napoleon's terms. He would not acknowledge French dominance over Russia. The Tsar would rather see Russia continue burning than submit to French rule. Day after day, week after week, Napoleon waited in the burned-out ruins of the Russian capital, and every day that he waited, the food situation grew worse, the weather grew colder, and it became clearer and clearer that the campaign had failed. He had conquered the capital, but gained nothing. He had marched into the heart of Russia, but could not march any further. He had achieved a tactical victory, but a strategic disaster. The decision that had seemed so brilliant when made, the decision to invade Russia to force compliance with the continental system, had proven to be catastrophically wrong. He had broken the Grande Armée, not defeating it militarily, but destroying it through the very decision to invade. In October, after waiting months in the burned ruins of Moscow, Napoleon made the decision to retreat. the Grande Armée would abandon Moscow and begin the long march back toward France and the safety of the western borders. It was a decision that came too late. The Russian winter was beginning. The supplies that the army needed for survival were running out. The roads were already beginning to be impassable as the first snows fell, and the Russian army, having preserved itself through Kutuzov's patient strategy, was now in a position to harry and attack the retreating French from all sides. The retreat that began in October 1812 became one of the most infamous military disasters in history, a catastrophe written in blood and ice. The Grande Armée, which had crossed into Russia as a force of over 400,000 men, was now reduced to roughly 110,000, and those survivors were exhausted, hungry, and traumatized by what they had experienced over the 4 months of campaign. The weather grew colder as they retreated. The temperature dropped below freezing and continued to drop. The roads became impossible to travel as they turned to mud and then to ice. Food ran out completely, and soldiers who had been starving for weeks found themselves truly facing starvation. Horses died by the thousands from cold and hunger and exhaustion. Soldiers began to die from cold and hunger and disease at a rate that was absolutely catastrophic, faster than they could be buried, faster than the army could process the deaths. The Russian forces harassed the retreating army constantly. Cavalry attacks hit isolated units. Ambushes by guerrilla fighters struck supply lines and stragglers. The main Russian army pursued them relentlessly, never far behind. All of it served to slow the retreat and increase the casualties. The Grande Armée was being destroyed not by military defeat in battle, but by the simple facts of nature and geography, by an environment that was fundamentally hostile to an army designed to fight in temperate climates. The Russians pursued them relentlessly, destroying supply depots that the French had established, cutting off escape routes, and attempting to encircle and trap elements of the retreating army. By the time the army reached the Berezina River in late November, nearly 3/4 of the original force had been lost to death and desertion. Of the men who had crossed into Russia in June, fewer than 100,000 would make it back across the border in December. The Berezina River crossing in late November was a final ordeal, a nightmare made manifest. Napoleon's engineers had to construct a pontoon bridge across the frozen river, under fire from Russian forces on the opposite bank. The remnants of the Grande Armée crossed in chaos and confusion, with stragglers and camp followers left behind to face the mercy of the Russians and the cold. Those left behind were the stragglers, the sick, the wounded who could not move quickly, the camp followers who had traveled with the army, the prostitutes and children and people who had somehow attached themselves to the army over the months. Some estimates suggest that 40,000 people were lost at the Berezina crossing alone. By the time the surviving elements of the Grande Armée crossed back into the Duchy of Warsaw and returned to friendly territory, the Russian campaign had become an absolute catastrophe. Of the 600,000 men, soldiers, and support personnel who had entered Russia in June, fewer than 120,000 emerged to tell the story. Between 150,000 and 200,000 had been killed in action or died from disease and exposure to the cold. Another 100,000 had been captured as prisoners of war and were now marching eastward into Russian captivity, and 50,000 more had deserted, choosing to take their chances hiding or blending into the local population rather than continuing with the army. The Grande Armée, that magnificent instrument of French military power that had conquered Europe for 2 decades, had been destroyed in Russia. Its remnants returned to France, a shadow of what it had been, its soldiers traumatized, its morale shattered, its mystique of invincibility destroyed forever. And everyone in Europe knew it. Every power that had feared Napoleon, every nation that had submitted to him, every people that had been conquered by him, now knew that he could be defeated, that he was not invincible, that French armies could be stopped. The invasion of Russia, the campaign that was supposed to bring the Russian Tsar to heel and preserve French dominance, had instead become the event that signaled the beginning of the end of Napoleon's empire, the moment when his power began its inexorable decline toward ultimate defeat and abdication. The empire had reached its peak and begun its descent, and no force on earth could stop that descent now. The news of what had happened in Russia spread across Europe like wildfire carried on winter wind. The Grande Armée that had seemed invincible for so long, that had conquered nations and broken armies and remade the map of Europe according to Napoleon's vision, had been utterly destroyed, not in a single dramatic battle where a general might be defeated and still maintain honor, but destroyed by cold and hunger and exhaustion, by an environment that did not care about Napoleon's genius or his ambitions or his dreams of continental domination. The survivors who made it back to friendly territory told stories that spread from capital to capital, stories of death on an unimaginable scale, of soldiers freezing in the snow, of an army that simply ceased to exist mile by mile as it retreated. These stories shattered something fundamental. They shattered the myth of French invincibility. They shattered the belief that Napoleon's armies could not be defeated. They shattered the fear that had kept so many nations passive, accepting French dominance because they believed it was inevitable, because they believed that resistance was futile against such overwhelming force. In the aftermath of the Russian disaster, the nations of Europe began to move, slowly at first, then with increasing confidence and speed. Russia, having survived the invasion and turned it into a defeat for the invader, emerged as a major power with renewed confidence and strength. The Tsar had proven that he could stand against Napoleon and win. The Russians were no longer afraid, and more than that, they were now hungry for vengeance. The Russian people had suffered immensely during the invasion. Millions had died or been displaced. Moscow itself had been burned to the ground. The Russian government had lost control of vast territories, albeit briefly. Now the tables were turned. Now Russia had the opportunity to push back, to reclaim the land that had been invaded, to break French dominance and establish Russian dominance instead. The Russian army, having been reinforced and reorganized in the aftermath of 1812, was preparing to march westward into the lands that Napoleon controlled. Prussia, having been crushed by Napoleon in 1806 and forced into alliance with France, began to sense that the moment had come to break free from French bondage. The Prussian people had never accepted French rule willingly. They had watched their nation become little more than a satellite state, watched their resources drained to support French ambitions, watched their king humiliated and their territory reduced and dismembered. The humiliation of 1806, when the Prussian army had been shattered in a single campaign, and the kingdom had been cut in half and parceled out to French clients, had never been forgotten. Now, with Napoleon weakened, with his army destroyed in Russia, With the myth of invincibility shattered, the Prussians began to organize resistance. Secret societies formed. Military officers began to plot. The Prussian government began to position itself between the French and the advancing Russians, trying to decide which power would win and which side to ultimately join. They were hedging their bets, but the mathematics were becoming clear. Napoleon's star was falling. The Russians and the coalition were rising. The Austrian government, though still formally allied to France through Napoleon's marriage to Marie-Louise, began to hedge their bets with a kind of desperate calculation. They saw which way the wind was blowing. They understood that the empire that had seemed eternal just months before was beginning to crack. Austria had been allied to France by necessity more than by choice. The marriage of Napoleon to Marie-Louise had been meant to cement the relationship, to tie Austria to French power permanently. But it had instead created confusion and complications. How could Austria fight its sister power when the Austrian princess was now the mother of the heir to the French throne? Austria found itself pulled in multiple directions, caught between its alliance with France and the growing pressure from the coalition forces. The Austrian government began secret negotiations with the British and the Russians, exploring the possibility of switching sides if the terms were right. They had learned from experience that betting on the wrong power could be disastrous. They had been on the wrong side before, and they did not intend to be again. In Britain, the government that had been fighting Napoleon alone for so long now saw the possibility of European allies joining the struggle. After years of lonely, costly war, the British had never accepted French hegemony. They had fought when they stood alone. They had financed armies with money when they could not field soldiers. They had endured the continental system's attempts to strangle their trade. They had held on through the darkest moments when it seemed like the entire world was allied against them. Now, with Russia emerging as a power willing to fight Napoleon, with Prussia sensing the moment to rise up, with Austria beginning to consider switching sides, the British saw hope. They had never stopped believing that Napoleon could be defeated, but they had needed allies. Now those allies were materializing. The British naval superiority, which had been Britain's greatest advantage against the French, could now be combined with the armies of Russia, Prussia, and potentially Austria to create a coalition powerful enough to bring down the French Empire. Between 1813 and 1815, Europe united against Napoleon in what became known as the War of the Sixth Coalition. The Sixth Coalition was the final grand alliance against Napoleon, the culmination of more than a decade of warfare and the bringing together of every major European power against a single man and his empire. It brought together the forces of Russia, Prussia, Austria, Britain, Sweden, Spain, and a host of smaller nations and kingdoms that had been freed from French control or that chose to join the coalition in hopes of gaining territory and power in the new Europe that would emerge from Napoleon's defeat. The coordination was imperfect. The relationships between the Allied powers were complex and sometimes antagonistic. They had been enemies before Napoleon had risen to power. Some of them might become enemies again once Napoleon was defeated. They competed for influence. They pursued their own interests. But in 1813, they shared one goal that transcended their differences and their mutual suspicions. They wanted to bring down Napoleon. They wanted to restore a balance of power in Europe where No single nation dominated the continent utterly. They wanted to create a system where the great powers could coexist without one of them imposing its will on all the others. They wanted to end the constant warfare and conquest that had consumed Europe for more than 20 years. The coalition had the resources and the manpower to accomplish this goal. Even without the Grande Armée that Napoleon had lost in Russia, even weakened by the Russian campaign that had consumed its strength, France still possessed considerable military resources. The nation was not conquered. The government still functioned. The economy, while damaged, still produced weapons and supplies. The French people, though exhausted, still remembered how to fight. But those resources were now stretched across a continent of enemies. France could not win a war where enemies surrounded it on every side, where its soldiers were exhausted and demoralized and their supplies were running out, where the people of occupied territories were beginning to rebel and rise up against French occupation. The only question was not whether the coalition would eventually defeat Napoleon. By 1813, that was certain. The only question was how long it would take, and what the cost would be in terms of lives and destruction and suffering. In 1813, the German campaign began in earnest, a campaign that would prove to be the final major test of Napoleon's military genius and his capacity to inspire loyalty in his soldiers. The coalition forces pushed westward from Russia into German territory with inexorable momentum. The Kingdom of Westphalia, one of Napoleon's creations, established as a reward for one of his marshals and as a buffer state between France and Eastern Europe, fell into Allied hands. The Confederation of the Rhine, the loose association of German states that Napoleon had carefully constructed and organized according to his vision of European order, began to dissolve as the member states one by one switched sides. Some did so voluntarily, seeing which way the winds of fortune were blowing. Some did so under military pressure as coalition forces occupied their territories. Some tried to remain neutral, but neutrality in such a conflict was impossible. They were forced to choose, and they chose the coalition. The German territories that Napoleon had conquered over the previous 20 years and reorganized and incorporated into his imperial system were now becoming the battleground where his empire would be fought and defeated. Napoleon, understanding with perfect clarity the severity of his situation, understood that he had to do something. He could not retreat. He could not negotiate from a position of weakness. He had to fight, and to fight he needed soldiers. He called up new armies using conscription. He used the power of the French state to raise fresh soldiers from the population. He stripped garrisons from across occupied Europe, pulling soldiers away from the territories they were meant to defend and bringing those forces together for a new campaign in the East. He would defend the eastern frontier of France. He would push back the coalition forces. He would prove that he was still capable of victory, that the Russian disaster was just a setback and not the beginning of the irreversible end. He would Lee last as he had always fought, with brilliant maneuver and aggressive action, and the willingness to risk everything on a single campaign. What he found instead was that conscription could produce soldiers. Yes, it could produce uniforms and weapons and bodies to fill the ranks, but it could not produce an army capable of defeating multiple coalition armies operating in perfect coordination with one another. The soldiers were younger and less experienced than those who had been lost in Russia. Many of them had never seen combat. Many of them were poorly trained. The officers had lost the confidence that comes from a succession of victories, and confidence is something that cannot be taught through training. The supply system was breaking down as the occupied territories turned hostile or were occupied by coalition forces and without supplies. An army cannot function, no matter how brave its soldiers are. The German campaign of 1813 was a series of battles and movements across territory that was increasingly hostile to the French, territory that had once been conquered and dominated by French power, but which was now rising up in rebellion and resistance. The coalition forces pushed westward in multiple coordinated columns, using the vast territories to spread out their forces and attack the French from multiple directions simultaneously. The Russian army under Kutuzov, who had proven himself to be a master of defensive warfare during the invasion of Russia, was now transformed into an army of aggressive conquest, fighting to capture the lands that had been invaded. The Prussian army, freed from the humiliation of French occupation, fought with the desperation of a people defending their home, land, against an invader, fighting for national liberation and the restoration of Prussian power and pride. The Austrian army, finally having sided openly and definitively with the coalition, moved to cut off French retreat routes and encircle French forces, attempting to complete the destruction of the French military capability. The British forces in Spain and Portugal, under Wellington, who had become the most successful commander to ever face a French army, began to advance northward from the Iberian Peninsula, carrying the war north toward France itself. The French forces under Napoleon attempted to maneuver to defeat the coalition armies in detail, to strike at one column before the others could support it, to reproduce the victories of his earlier campaigns, when he had divided and defeated larger forces through brilliant maneuver and aggressive attack. But the coalition commanders, having learned over 20 years of warfare against Napoleon, coordinated their movements with a precision and discipline that made them invulnerable to his strategies. They did not allow themselves to be separated. They did not allow Napoleon to dictate the terms of battle. They kept advancing relentlessly, kept putting pressure on the French army, kept grinding away at its strength through constant combat and constant maneuvering. By the middle of 1813, French control of German territory was slipping away into the hands of the coalition. The German states that had been forced into alliance with Napoleon were switching sides or declaring neutrality as they read the future correctly. The supply lines that had sustained the French forces were being cut off by coalition cavalry and light troops. Desertion was becoming a serious problem, as soldiers saw that the war was being lost and that their only chance of survival lay in abandoning the army and attempting to make their way home or into hiding. The greatest battle of this campaign, and one of the greatest battles in European history, took place in October 1813 near the city of Leipzig in Saxony. This was not a simple engagement between two armies fighting for a single objective. This was the collision of four major coalition armies attacking a French force fighting a desperate defensive battle in the heart of German territory. The Battle of Leipzig also known as the Battle of the Nations because so many different nationalities were represented in the armies that clashed there, involved more than 500,000 soldiers, making it the largest battle that Europe had ever seen in terms of numbers of soldiers engaged and killed and wounded. The Russian army under Kutuzov, the Prussian army, the Austrian army, and the Swedish army all converged on the same location from different directions in an attempt to crush the French force that Napoleon had gathered. The French army, numbering around 190,000 soldiers, was outnumbered by nearly 3-1 by the coalition armies. The mathematics were simple and inevitable. Napoleon could not win. He could not possibly win. The odds were too great. The coalition had more soldiers, more artillery, more cavalry, more supplies, and better coordination than the French. And yet, Napoleon, despite the obvious disadvantage, despite the certain knowledge that winning was impossible, committed to battle because he had no choice. He could not retreat further without abandoning German territory entirely. He could not negotiate from a position of such weakness. He could not surrender without ending his control over Europe. He had to win, and winning was now impossible. But he had to try. The battle lasted for 3 days, from October 16th to October 19th, 1813. 3 days of almost continuous combat and bloodshed. It was fought in the countryside around Leipzig, with smaller engagements in various towns and villages surrounding the city. The coalition armies attacked from multiple directions, coming from the north and the east and the south, attempting to encircle the French army and destroy it completely. The French forces fought with desperation and considerable skill, falling back in good order, attempting to find positions where they could defend and inflict casualties on the advancing coalition armies. But desperation and skill, no matter how great, could not overcome the numerical disadvantage and the perfect coordination of the attacking armies. The battle was a massacre, though not a one-sided massacre. Both sides suffered enormous casualties. The artillery bombardment was continuous, with hundreds of cannons pounding the landscape and the soldiers who occupied it. The cavalry charges and infantry assaults went on day after day, with soldiers advancing into withering fire and falling by the thousands. The French soldiers, most of them young conscripts, who had never experienced battle on this scale before the Russian campaign, fought knowing that they were fighting a losing battle against overwhelming odds. Some stood their ground and died defending territory that Napoleon would lose anyway within weeks. Some tried to break through the coalition lines to escape encirclement and rescue themselves from the trap closing around them. Some deserted in the face of overwhelming firepower and hopeless odds, taking their chances that they could hide or escape in the confusion. By the end of the 3rd day, it was clear that the French had lost. The coalition armies had not succeeded in completely encircling the French force, so the army was able to retreat rather than be destroyed in its entirety, preserving Napoleon's fighting force even in defeat. But the retreat was chaotic and costly. Thousands of soldiers were captured or killed during the withdrawal. The French army suffered losses that could never be replaced. The remaining forces were demoralized and exhausted after 3 days of continuous combat. The myth of Napoleon's invincibility, already shattered in the snows of Russia, was now completely destroyed and beyond any possibility of restoration. Europe had seen Napoleon's army defeated decisively in a pitched battle by superior numbers and superior strategy. The armies of Europe could stand together and defeat the armies of France. That knowledge would sustain the coalition through the final battles of the war. The Battle of Leipzig was the beginning of the end, the moment when everyone understood that Napoleon's defeat was not a possibility, but a certainty. The coalition had proven conclusively that it could defeat Napoleon's armies in battle, that all the years of fear and respect for French military superiority were based on myths and illusions. The coalition armies now began to pursue the French forces westward toward France with renewed confidence and purpose. As the French retreated, they abandoned German territory, piece by piece, mile by mile, town by town. The German states threw off the last vestiges of French control and declared their independence, no longer willing to remain under French domination. The Confederation of the Rhine was officially dissolved. The Kingdom of Westphalia ceased to exist. All of the political structures that Napoleon had created to dominate German territory crumbled and fell apart as the French army retreated. By the beginning of 1814, coalition forces were crossing the Rhine and entering France itself. For the first time in more than 20 years, the territory of France itself was under threat of invasion. The Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars had carried French armies across Europe and brought victory after victory. The enemies of the French had been ground down one by one. The French had seemed destined to rule Europe forever. Now the tables were turned. The enemies of France were marching into French territory. The soldiers of Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Britain were crossing into France, determined to bring down the French Empire and restore a balance of power in Europe. The defense of France in 1814 was Napoleon's last campaign, the final test of his abilities, and the final demonstration of his skill as a military commander. It was also one of his most brilliant campaigns, displaying all the tactical and strategic genius that had made him the greatest military commander of his age. Facing an invasion of his home territory, facing coalition armies that outnumbered his own forces by overwhelming margins, facing the very real possibility of complete defeat and the end of his rule and his dreams, Napoleon fought with all the skill and cunning that had made him great. He understood that he could not win the campaign in the traditional sense. He could not defeat the coalition armies, but perhaps he could make them negotiate. Perhaps he could inflict such casual ties on them that they would accept terms. Perhaps he could delay long enough for something to change, for internal friction among the coalition to split it apart, for the nations involved to realize that the cost of victory was too high. He did not have enough soldiers to defend the entire frontier of France, which was hundreds of kilometers long. He did not have enough supplies to sustain an army in the field for an extended campaign, and supplies were running short in a nation that had been drained by years of military spending. He did not have enough resources to rebuild an army that could match the coalition forces in numbers, resources that had been squandered on the Russian invasion and the wars in Spain and the attempt to dominate Europe. But he was fighting in his homeland, on terrain that he knew intimately, among a population that was his own people. He could use his knowledge of the terrain to his advantage, choosing positions for defense that would favor the smaller French army over the larger coalition forces. He could move his army quickly from one threatened point to another, using superior knowledge and mobility to concentrate his force where it mattered most. He could look for opportunities to attack isolated coalition forces and defeat them before they could be reinforced, reproducing the brilliant maneuvers of his earlier campaigns. He could attempt to make the cost of invasion so high that the coalition would negotiate terms rather than push forward to complete victory. He attempted all of these strategies. He fought with desperation and brilliance. He won several battles in the campaign and defeated isolated coalition forces. He achieved victories at Nogent and at other locations. He proved that even stripped of his Grande Armée, even exhausted and desperate, he was still capable of brilliant maneuvers and tactical victories. But he could not win the overall campaign. The coalition armies continued to advance, inexorably westward toward Paris. They did not move as quickly as he had hoped, but they did move forward. They accepted their casualties and continued the advance, understanding that they could afford losses that Napoleon could not afford. They brought up reinforcements and continued the attack, bringing fresh troops forward to replace those who had been killed or wounded. They could afford to lose battles because they could afford to lose soldiers. Their numbers were too great. Their resources were too vast. For every soldier killed in the coalition armies, there were more waiting to take his place. For every soldier killed in the French armies, there was no one to replace him. The defense of France lasted for several months in the harsh winter and early spring of 1814. Napoleon moved his army from one threatened point to another, attempting to concentrate his force against isolated coalition units and defeat them in detail, attempting to recreate the successes of his earlier campaigns. He established himself at various locations and prepared to defend them. He inflicted casualties on the coalition forces. He proved that even at the end, when he had been stripped of his Grande Armée and his empire, he was still capable of brilliant tactical maneuvers and local victories. But each victory was local and temporary. Each battle delayed the coalition advance, but it did not stop it. The coalition armies pressed forward. They approached Paris from multiple directions, surrounding the capital and preparing to assault it. By March 1814, the fate of France was sealed. The capital would be attacked. The government would fall. The empire would end. All that remained was the final act. The fall of Paris came in late March 1814, at the end of a campaign that had exhausted both the French army and the coalition. The city itself was defended by the Paris National Guard and some regular French troops, but the defense was token at best, a gesture more than a serious military effort. The city had no hope of withstanding a determined siege by the massive coalition forces. The coalition forces that surrounded Paris were overwhelming in number, and they brought siege guns to bear on the city walls. They prepared to assault the city and take it by force if necessary. The French government faced a choice. They could defend the capital street by street and house by house, which would mean the destruction of the city and the deaths of thousands of civilians in urban combat, or they would negotiate a surrender and save the city from destruction, rather than watch Paris be destroyed in street-to-street fighting, rather than see his beloved capital reduced to rubble and ash, like Moscow had been reduced to ash and rubble 2 years before, rather than condemn his own people to the horrors of urban warfare. Napoleon accepted the inevitable. He would not defend Paris. He would instead evacuate his government and attempt to continue the war from elsewhere in France. He would retreat deeper into the country and continue fighting. But his generals refused. They were exhausted beyond measure. They had fought for nearly 2 decades. They had been with him since his rise to power. They had conquered Europe with him, and now they had seen his empire crumble. They had lost the Grande Armée in Russia. They had fought a desperate defensive campaign in France. They had won battles and lost campaigns. They could not continue. They would not continue. They told Napoleon that the war was over. They told him that he had to abdicate and surrender his power. They told him that the only way to save France from further destruction was for him to surrender power and allow a new government to negotiate a peace with the coalition. On April 6, 1814, Napoleon signed the documents that formally ended his rule over France and ended the Napoleonic era. The abdication was complete and unconditional. He was no longer Emperor of the French. He was no longer the ruler of an empire that had stretched across Europe from the Atlantic to the Russian steppes. He was simply a man who had once been powerful and who had wielded power on an almost unprecedented scale, but who was now powerless. The documents were signed in the palace at Fontainebleau, outside Paris. The signatures were his alone. No one else signed. His name on the documents ended an era. The Treaty of Fontainebleau formalized his defeat and the terms of his abdication. France would be restored to its pre-revolutionary borders. The territories that Napoleon had conquered over 2 decades would be divided among the coalition powers and the neighboring nations. The lands that he had carved out and given to his family and his marshals would be taken back. The German territories would be restored to independence. The Italian territories would be returned to their original rulers. The Spanish territories would see the restoration of the Spanish Bourbon dynasty. The Bourbons would be restored to the French throne, the dynasty that had ruled France before the Revolution, the dynasty that had been thought to be destroyed forever. A new king would rule France. The Revolutionary and Napoleonic eras would end. The long struggle against Napoleon would be over. The punishment imposed on France was harsh in some ways, but it was not as harsh as it might have been. The coalition could have demanded much more. They could have seized French territory and carved up France among themselves as punishment for the wars and suffering that France had inflicted. They could have required massive reparations that would have impoverished the nation. They could have completely dismantled French power and reduced France to a minor nation with no influence in European affairs. Instead, they were content to restore the balance of power in Europe and ensure that France could not again dominate the continent as it had attempted to do under Napoleon. France would be reduced to roughly its pre-1792 borders. Before the Revolution had expanded French territory, the Empire was gone. The satellite kingdoms were gone. The client states were gone. All the territories that Napoleon had conquered and parceled out to his family and his generals were taken away. France would be a nation among other nations in the European system, powerful perhaps because of its size and population, but no longer the master of Europe, no longer the dominant power that could impose its will on the continent. Napoleon was given Elba as his place of exile. Elba is a small island in the Mediterranean Sea, located off the coast of Italy, separated from the Italian mainland by just a few miles of water. The island had a population of around 12,000 people, most of them engaged in simple agriculture and fishing. It was peaceful and remote, a place of little political or strategic importance. It was a place where Napoleon could live in relative comfort, but under constant watch and surveillance by coalition guards. He would be allowed to retain the title Emperor, but Emperor of Elba, not of France, a title that had been stripped of all meaning and power. He would be allowed to have a small court, a miniature version of the imperial court he had maintained in Paris. He would be allowed to run the island, to issue decrees and make decisions about the small affairs of this insignificant place. But he would not be allowed to return to France. He would not be allowed to resume his rule. He would not be allowed to attempt to rebuild his power or escape his exile. He would be imprisoned on an island, removed from power, removed from the continent that he had spent decades trying to conquer and control. Guards would be stationed on the island. His movements would be watched. Escape would be impossible, or so everyone believed. On May 4th, 1814, Napoleon arrived at Porto-Ferraio, the capital of Elba, as an exile and a prisoner, not in triumph, but in defeat. He was 45 years old. He had fought in wars since he was a young officer, just beginning his military career. He had conquered much of Europe. He had built an empire that had seemed eternal and immovable. He had seen his empire crumble and fall and collapse around him. Now he was exiled to a small island to spend what might well be the remainder of his life in isolation and irrelevance. Or so everyone believed, or so everyone hoped. The long wars seemed finally to be over after more than 2 decades of constant conflict. Europe could begin to rebuild itself from the devastation that the wars had caused. The balance of power could be restored. Nations could return, the pursuit of their own interests, without the constant threat of French conquest and domination. The Congress of Vienna would begin its work of reshaping Europe and ensuring that such dominance and such wars would never happen again. The age of Napoleon seemed to be ended. The age of peace and stability seemed to be beginning. Yet, on that island, exiled and stripped of his power, Napoleon was never truly idle. He occupied himself with the affairs of his small domain, giving orders about agriculture and commerce, maintaining a small court and watching the European continent from which he had been removed. He paced the beaches of Porto-Ferraio. He read the histories of military campaigns. He reflected on the battles that had made him great and the decisions that had destroyed him. He wrote letters and memoirs, detailed accounts of his life and his wars. He was, by most accounts, a man consumed by a single thought, a man haunted by the memory of power and the reality of its loss. The empire he had built had fallen apart almost the moment he surrendered it. The Bourbon king who had been restored to the French throne, he was unpopular. A man of the old world attempting to restore a system that had been fundamentally shattered by the revolution. The return to royal absolutism was resented by many Frenchmen who had lived their entire adult lives under Napoleon's more rational legal codes and administrative systems. Under a government that had been based on law and order rather than the arbitrary will of a hereditary monarchy. There was grumbling in the army, men who had spent decades fighting for Napoleon, men who remembered victories and glory, men who now found themselves serving a king they did not respect. There were conspiracies among the generals, whispered conversations in military camps about what might happen if Napoleon was somehow to return. There were whispers that perhaps, just perhaps, the exile on Elba would not last forever, that a man of such genius and such loyalty among his followers could not be kept isolated forever. There were rumors spreading across Europe that Napoleon still commanded loyalty among significant portions of the French military and French population, that the empire had not truly ended, but merely been interrupted, that the legend of the man still held more power than the reality of the Bourbon Restoration. In early March 1815, less than a year after his abdication and exile, Napoleon made a decision that would go down in history as one of the most audacious and desperate gambles ever made by a political leader. He decided to escape from Elba and return to France to attempt once more what he had already failed to accomplish, to restore his power through the force of his personality and the loyalty of his soldiers. The escape itself was a relatively simple matter made possible by a combination of luck and the overconfidence of his jailers. The island's guards were not as vigilant as they might have been. The British naval blockade had loosened somewhat as attention shifted away from the threat of Napoleon and toward the great powers' negotiations at Vienna. A small ship was procured, gathered together through the efforts of loyal officers who still believed in Napoleon and his cause. On March 1st, 1815, Napoleon, along with a small retinue of loyal followers and soldiers, left Porto-Ferraio and sailed toward the coast of France. The escape was not announced in advance. No formal declaration was made. No ultimatum was issued. He simply disappeared from Elba one night and reappeared on the shores of France days later, ready to stake everything on the possibility that the French people would rise up and support him, that the army would remain loyal to his memory and his legend, that he could seize power once again from the Bourbons and restore his rule. It was a gamble based entirely on faith in his own legend, and the belief that the bonds between a general and his soldiers could never truly be broken by the passage of time or the orders of distant rulers. The return of Napoleon to France in March 1815 sent shockwaves through Europe. The news spread rapidly from capital to capital. The man who had been safely exiled was back. The threat that everyone had believed was contained, locked away on an island in the Mediterranean, was now loose again on the continent. The king, Louis XVIII, immediately declared Napoleon an outlaw. He sent soldiers to capture him. He called for the armies of Europe to mobilize and crush him once and for all. But something unexpected happened. As Napoleon marched through France, the soldiers sent to stop him did not stop him. They joined him instead. General after general, unit after unit, looked at their emperor and remembered their victories and their loyalty, and they chose to follow him rather than fight him. The legend was more powerful than the monarchy. The memory of imperial glory was stronger than acceptance of Bourbon restoration. Napoleon moved through the countryside of France like a returning god, and the soldiers and the people embraced him. He did not have to fight his way to Paris. He simply walked back into power. The Bourbon king fled without firing a shot. By March 20th, 1815, Napoleon was back in Paris, sitting in the seat of power, restored to his throne, not through military conquest, but through the simple fact that he was still Napoleon, still the man who had conquered Europe, still the symbol of French greatness and power. Yet the joy of restoration lasted only briefly before the realities of his position became clear. Europe had not gone back to sleep while Napoleon was exiled. The Congress of Vienna had been meeting throughout the winter and spring of 1814 and into 1815, reshaping the continent, redrawing the maps, re-establishing the old kingdoms and principalities that had been swept away by the French Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars. The delegates and diplomats who gathered in Vienna had not spent their time in frivolous negotiations. They had been engaged in the serious business of creating a new European order, an order that would prevent any single power from ever again achieving the kind of dominance that Napoleon had exercised. The great powers of Europe had learned that when they united, they could defeat Napoleon. They had paid a terrible price in blood and treasure for that knowledge, but they had learned it well. Now that he had returned, they would apply that lesson once more. The nations of Europe immediately began to mobilize once more, casting aside the relative peace that the abdication had briefly promised. Russia, Prussia, Austria, Britain, and the smaller nations that had been part of the coalition against Napoleon all began to prepare for war. They called up armies from their reserves and called for conscription to fill the ranks. They prepared supplies and organized supply lines to feed and equip these armies. They coordinated their military strategies, ensuring that this time there would be no possibility of Napoleon defeating them separately. They would not make the mistake of acting independently as they had in the past. They would not allow Napoleon to break them apart through brilliant maneuver and aggressive action. They would unite their forces and bring them down upon France with overwhelming power. Napoleon understood what he faced. He knew that Europe would not sit idle while he rebuilt his power. He knew that he would have to fight to maintain his restored throne, just as he had fought all those years before to build his empire. But the resources available to him were not what they had been. The Grande Armée had been destroyed in Russia and never truly rebuilt. The military manpower available to him was limited. The treasury was depleted. The economic resources of the nation had been drained by years of warfare. He could raise armies through conscription, as he had before. He could call upon the loyalty of his generals and his soldiers, but he knew with a kind of mathematical certainty that he could not win a prolonged war against the united powers of Europe, that his only chance was to defeat them quickly, decisively, before they could bring their full weight to bear against him. He decided to strike first. He would move his restored army into Belgium, where the British and Prussian armies were assembling. He would defeat them in detail. He would drive a wedge between the coalition, shatter their unity, and perhaps force them to negotiate. It was a desperate gamble, but it was the only chance he had. The campaign was planned with characteristic audacity. The French army, numbering around 120,000 soldiers, would march north into Belgium and seek out the British and Prussian forces, which were scattered and had not yet concentrated their full strength. If he could defeat them separately before they united, he might be able to create the space and time he needed to deal with the Russian and Austrian armies coming from the east. The 100 Days, as this final period would become known, had begun. 100 days from his return to Paris to his final defeat, 100 days of lost, desperate gambles and brilliant military maneuvers, and ultimately inevitable failure. 100 days that would determine the final fate of Napoleon and his empire. The armies assembled in Belgium in June 1815 represented the collision of two worlds. On one side stood Napoleon and the French army, a force that had conquered much of Europe, that had, under his leadership, defeated every enemy that had been arrayed against it, that bore the legend and the memory of imperial victory. On the other side stood the coalition armies, larger in number, more diverse in nationality, united not by loyalty to a single man, but by the shared understanding that Napoleon had to be defeated, that his dominance over Europe had to be prevented, that a balance of power had to be restored. The British army under the Duke of Wellington had proven itself in Spain and Portugal to be more than a match for French forces. The Prussian army under Blucher had learned from its earlier defeats and had rebuilt itself into a formidable force. The Russian and Austrian armies were still days away, but they were coming. The clock was running. Napoleon had only a brief window of time in which to achieve victory before he would be overwhelmed by numerical superiority and coordinated military action from all directions. On June 16, 1815, the opening battles of the campaign began near the town of Ligny in Belgium. The French attacked the Prussian army with characteristic aggression. For a time it seemed that Napoleon might achieve the victory he desperately needed. The Prussian forces under Blucher were pushed back. They suffered heavy casualties. They retreated in disorder. For a moment, just for a moment, it seemed possible that Napoleon might win, that he might break the coalition before it could unite fully, that he might somehow recreate the military miracles of his earlier career. But the Prussian army, though damaged, was not destroyed. Blucher managed to preserve the bulk of his forces. He ordered a retreat that would bring his army toward the British forces under Wellington. He knew that separated, the Prussian and British armies would be destroyed in detail by Napoleon's concentrated force. United, they might be strong enough to defeat him. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, the final battle came, the battle that would determine the fate of Napoleon and the future of Europe. It would be fought on a hill near the small village of Waterloo, just south of Brussels, in a landscape of rolling countryside and scattered farms and patches of woods. The terrain itself was one of the battlefield's defining features, with ridges and valleys that would shape how the battle unfolded. The British army under Wellington had taken a defensive position on a ridge of high ground, making use of the natural geography to maximize the defensive advantages available to a defending force. The French army attacked with all the force and aggression that Napoleon could muster, throwing his cavalry and infantry forward in coordinated assaults designed to break the British lines and achieve the quick victory that he desperately needed. The battle lasted for most of the day, from early morning when the sun rose over the Belgian countryside until well into the afternoon and evening. The artillery thundered continuously throughout the day. The guns of both armies engaged in a constant duel that filled the air with smoke and the thunder of explosions. Infantry charges went forward into withering defensive fire, row after row of French soldiers advancing across the muddy ground toward the British positions, only to be met with devastating volleys from the British defenders. Cavalry charged repeatedly and was repulsed again and again, the cavalry attacks becoming increasingly desperate as the French attempted to break the British squares and force them to abandon their defensive positions. The French threw their soldiers at the British position again and again, attempting to break through, attempting to smash through the British line and achieve victory before the Prussian army could arrive and turn the battle. The British held their ground. They did not break under the assault. They retreated in some places, but always maintained their lines, always preserved their capacity to fight. Wellington, standing on his ridge, commanding his troops with calm precision and tactical brilliance, held his position and refused to allow himself to be broken by the repeated French assaults. And then, at the critical moment, the Prussian army arrived. Blücher had managed to bring his battered forces around the flank of the battle, coordinating his movements with Wellington to ensure maximum effect. They came in from the east, just as Napoleon was committing his last reserves, his final hope of breakthrough and victory. The Prussian arrival changed everything. The French forces, which had been committed to the assault on the British position, now found themselves under attack from the Prussians on their flank and rear. The tactical situation had been transformed in moments. They had to divide their attention between the British in front of them and the Prussians attacking from the side and behind. They had to commit forces to meet this new threat, forces that had been intended for the assault on the British lines. The carefully planned assault on the British began to dissolve into chaos. The French army, which had seemed about to break through moments before, now found itself in a desperate position, caught between two fires, attacked from two directions at once. Napoleon, understanding that the moment had come to use his last card, committed the Imperial Guard to the attack. The Guard was his elite unit, his most trusted soldiers, men who had been held in reserve for the moment of final decision and maximum impact. They advanced into withering fire from the British defenders, disciplined and brave, the best soldiers in the French army. They were repulsed. They broke. It was the first time Napoleon's guard had been broken in battle, the first time they had been defeated while following the orders of their emperor. The myth of their invincibility, like so many other myths surrounding Napoleon, crumbled in the face of determined British defensive fire and the simultaneous arrival of the Prussian forces attacking from the flank. As the day wore on, it became clear to everyone, including to Napoleon himself, that the battle was lost. The French army had fought well. It had displayed courage and tactical skill, but it had been defeated by a combination of British defensive strength, Wellington's brilliant command, and the timely arrival of the Prussian army. There was no way to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. There was no brilliant maneuver that could turn the tide. There was only the grim recognition that this was the end, that this battle would be the last major battle of the Napoleonic Wars, and that it would result in final defeat. As the afternoon turned to evening, the French army began to disintegrate. Soldiers fled in panic. Units broke apart. The carefully maintained discipline of a professional army dissolved as men understood that they had been defeated and that their only chance of survival lay in escape. Napoleon, surrounded by the collapse of his army, made his way from the battlefield. He had come to Belgium with dreams of victory and power and the restoration of his continental dominance. He was leaving with nothing but the certain knowledge that his final gamble had failed. The defeat at Waterloo ended the 100 Days. It ended the possibility of any further military campaigns. It ended the hope that Napoleon might somehow preserve his power or negotiate from a position of strength. The armies of the coalition now advanced into France once again. The British and Prussian forces, no longer opposed by the French army in any significant way, pushed toward Paris. The Russians and Austrians, having received word of the disaster at Waterloo, accelerated their own advance from the east. Paris would not be defended this time. The government that had been restored by Napoleon's return evacuated the capital once again. Napoleon, understanding the full weight of his defeat, understanding that there was now no possibility of military victory, and no chance of political survival, made the decision to abdicate once more. This time the abdication was different. This time there would be no exile to a nearby island, no Elba where escape might be possible. This time the punishment would be more severe. The Allies had lost patience with exiles that might end. They were determined to remove him from Europe entirely, to place him beyond any possibility of return. On June 22, 1815, just 4 days after the Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon signed the documents of his second and final abdication. He was no longer emperor. He was no longer a ruler of any kind. He was simply a prisoner of the coalition powers, at their disposal and subject to their judgment. The British took custody of him. They were determined that there would be no repetition of what had occurred on Elba. They would remove him not just from power but from Europe itself. They would place him on an island so remote, so isolated, that escape would be not merely difficult but impossible. They would ensure that his power and influence would be permanently ended, that the legend that had sustained him through his exile on Elba would be broken by the sheer distance between himself and the continued end he had once dominated. In October 1815, Napoleon was transported to the island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, a place so remote that it lay thousands of miles from any significant population center, surrounded by ocean in all directions, subject to a climate of storms and isolation and wind. The journey itself took months, a voyage that tested his strength and his will. By sea from France to the African coast, and then across the Atlantic, a voyage of almost unimaginable length and isolation, weeks of confinement aboard a ship, watching Europe disappear beyond the horizon. On October 16, 1815, after weeks at sea, the prisoner arrived at his final place of exile, stepping ashore on a barren island of volcanic rock. St. Helena was a British possession, a small volcanic island that had been chosen specifically for its remoteness and its inaccessibility. It lay nearly 5,000 miles from Europe, nearly as far as one could go while remaining on the same planet, so distant that even the fastest ship would take months to reach it from Europe. There would be no escape from St. Helena. There would be no return from this exile. There would be no restoration of power or hope of victory. There was only the slow passage of years on a remote island, watching from a distance as Europe moved on without him, as the world changed and evolved, as the age he had created slowly faded into history and became the concern of historians rather than the reality of the present. The exile to St. Helena was genteel in some ways, more comfortable than a dungeon or a cell. Napoleon was treated as a prisoner of war rather than a criminal. He was given quarters in a house called Longwood, a modest dwelling on the island. He was allowed a small retinue of followers who had chosen to follow him into exile. Loyal officers and servants who had refused to abandon their emperor even in defeat. He was given books and writing materials, the tools of the mind. He was not tortured or subjected to physical abuse, but it was still exile, still imprisonment, still a form of slow death by isolation. The island's remoteness was both its isolation and its prison. He occupied himself much as he had on Elba, but with the added weight of the knowledge that this exile would last until his death, that there was no possibility of return, that the empire he had built and then attempted to restore was gone forever, destroyed as completely as if it had never existed at all. He wrote extensively about his life and his campaigns. He reflected on the decisions he had made and the turns of fate that had brought him to this remote island. He dictated his memoirs to those around him, detailed accounts of his wars and his rise to power and his fall. He discussed history and strategy and the great events he had participated in, attempting to explain and justify his actions to posterity. He attempted to shape his historical legacy to ensure that he would be remembered as a great man and a great general, not as a failed conqueror or a tyrant. He lived for nearly 6 years on St. Helena, gradually aging as the island's harsh climate and the weight of his years took their toll, his health declining slowly but steadily, until on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51, he died. The death of Napoleon marked the final end of an era. The man who had dominated Europe for so long, who had conquered nations and remade the map of the continent, who had been defeated and exiled and had risen again, was finally and completely gone. The empire that he had built had already been destroyed when he abdicated in 1814. The attempt to restore it had failed at Waterloo in 1815. Now the man himself was gone, removed from the world entirely, unable to haunt Europe any longer with his legend and his myth. The political system that he had created in France and across Europe began to evolve without him. The Bourbons were restored for a second time, and this time they would retain power. The old feudal aristocracies of Europe began to reassert themselves, though they could never fully return to the power they had held before. The French Revolution had shaken the foundations of the social order. The nations that had united to defeat Napoleon began to compete with each other for dominance and influence. The temporary unity created by the common enemy dissolved once. That enemy was permanently removed. The collapse of the Napoleonic Empire was complete and total. The empire that had stretched across Europe from the Atlantic to the Russian steppes was systematically divided among the victorious coalition powers and the restored monarchies. Every piece of it was carefully carved up and redistributed to ensure that no single power would ever again dominate Europe as France had done. The German territories were reorganized into a loose confederation of independent states rather than remaining under French control or even under the unified German government that Napoleon had attempted to create, a system designed to prevent German unity from becoming a threat. The Italian territories were fragmented among various rulers, with the papal states restored to the Pope and various kingdoms and grand duchies restored to their original rulers, ensuring that Italy would remain divided into multiple competing states. The Netherlands and Belgium, which had been incorporated into France itself and which had provided Napoleon with resources and manpower, were separated and reorganized as independent nations or placed under the control of other powers. Spanish and Portuguese independence was confirmed, with their own kings restored to the thrones. All of the satellite kingdoms that Napoleon had created for his family and his marshals were destroyed or absorbed into larger political units. The Kingdom of Westphalia, which had been given to his brother, ceased to exist. The Kingdom of Naples, which had been given to Marshal Murat, was placed under a different dynasty. The Grand Duchy of Warsaw, created by Napoleon, was placed under Russian sovereignty. Every political creation of the Napoleonic era was undone. Every governmental structure that he had built was dismantled. Every attempt to reorganize and rationalize European political life was reversed or carefully modified to ensure it would never again serve the interests of French dominance. Yet, despite the complete destruction of his empire and the removal of him from the world through exile and death, Napoleon's influence on Europe and the world persisted far beyond the collapse of his political power. The legal codes that he had established, the Napoleonic Code, survived and became the basis for legal systems across Europe and across the world, influencing how nations organized their laws and courts for generations to come. The administrative systems that he had created, the rational bureaucratic structures based on merit and law rather than heredity and feudal obligation, proved to be more efficient and longer lasting than the feudal systems they had replaced, and many of these systems remained in place even after his empire fell. The idea of nationalism, which had emerged during the Napoleonic Wars and had been strengthened by resistance to French domination, continued to grow and reshape Europe, eventually becoming one of the most powerful forces in 19th century history. The concept of civil rights and the abolition of feudal privileges, which had been advanced by Napoleon's legal reforms, continued to influence European thought and society, pushing the continent toward greater personal freedom and legal equality. The memory of his military victories, his genius as a commander, his ability to inspire loyalty in his soldiers, and to achieve the seemingly impossible through brilliant maneuver and aggressive action, all of this became part of the mythology and legend of European history. The fall of his empire was complete, but his influence on the course of European history did not fall with it. In the decades and centuries that followed, Europe would grapple with the legacy of Napoleon and his fall, attempting to understand what his rise and his defeat meant for the future of the continent. The balance of power that had been established at the Congress of Vienna would eventually break down, leading to further wars and conflicts as the old rivalries between the great powers reasserted themselves. The rivalries between the great powers that had united to defeat Napoleon would eventually tear Europe apart once again as they competed for dominance and influence. But in the immediate aftermath of Waterloo and the final abdication, there was at least a temporary sense that the long wars had finally ended, that the threat of French dominance had been permanently removed, that Europe had finally turned its attention to rebuilding and recovery instead of endless conflict. The armies that had fought against Napoleon could finally stand down after more than 20 years of continuous warfare. The soldiers who had spent their entire adult lives in warfare could finally hope for peace, could finally hope to return to their homes and their families. The populations that had been ravaged by the wars could finally begin the long process of rebuilding their lives and their nations, of healing the wounds that 2 decades of conflict had inflicted. The fall of Napoleon's empire, which had begun in the snows of Russia and had accelerated through the coalition campaigns of 1813 and 1814, was finally and completely finished. The man who had dominated Europe was gone, his power broken, his dreams of continental supremacy shattered beyond any possibility of restoration. The age of Napoleon was over. The age that would follow would be different, shaped by the lessons learned from his rise and fall, marked by the attempt to prevent any single power from ever again dominating the continent so completely. The empire had fallen, the emperor was dead, and history moved on, carrying with it the memory of the greatest military genius of his age and the most complete collapse of imperial ambition ever witnessed in European history.